I'm sorry, I'm a few minutes late. My daughter-in-law to be and son were on the phone with me and they want to talk to me about apple picking this weekend and um plans to go do that. And so that's where I was. Everybody, like, I swear, sometimes my friends on the channel don't come in the Zoom until like Scooter's famous. Scooter is absolutely famous for looking. If I'm going live at 10:30, she'll come in the Zoom at 10:27. So yeah, and everybody has an act call, but I'm sorry about that. Now, let me explain some things that have been going on today. First of all, I got some evidence folders. I can't even believe they took this long to get them to me. Oh shoot, can you even hear me? Hope so. Jeffrey, I don't know where my mic on this is. Is my mic on this here? Because sometimes I always think I'm blocking the mic over here, but I think the mic is here. Think so. I don't know. Let me see if you can hear me. And I hope that I'm not, let me see, playing. Oh my gosh, I am, right? But at least I had the volume low because there must have been an echo. Can you hear me now? You hear me? Okay, good. So, I was on the fence about Mackenzie. Hi, Sarah. I know you were until part 35 in Cedar Ranger. Sarah, I know you were, and I appreciate that you came in, and I appreciate that, you said, hey, look, I saw you go back and forth, and that's fine. And I appreciate that you're here and you can be here no matter, you've got to be able to have a real discussion about things. And if you're on the fence with something, then, you just say it, and everybody should be able to accept that and coexist. So I appreciate that, Sarah. What was I going to say? I got some evidence of Jeffrey Lacoste. Now, how many of you follow Adelson? The Adelson trial, Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, Wendy Adelson, Harvey Adelson. There was a huge deal made a couple, like 2 months back or so, about this unredacted interview of Jeffrey Lacoste. And that only one lawyer, one law tuber had it on YouTube, it was a male law tuber. And I thought, well, that's weird because, like, whatever. So I had put in for it, didn't even really remember. Today I got these big folders sent to me. And I was like, what is this? Because I knew it was something Adelson because it came from Tallahassee, but they were evidence folders. And there are two interviews with Jeffrey Lacoste. There's that big one that all the hype was, the unredacted one. And then there's one that was a few days after the murder. So at one point, not now, I'm going to be going through both of those. So if you do follow the Adelson trial, then you know that. Right. I thought she was railroaded at first, but then the messages. Yeah. And I mean, a lot of times that's how things happen, and it can be the other way too. Hi, Rassie, Jen Grill, One Eye, Kathleen. Hi to everybody. Let me get out of top chat. Okay. The other thing I wanted to discuss is this stairs incident. Has anybody done any more research? Lex Luthor, how are you? Sorry, Lex. You can blame my daughter-in-law and son. Okay. So somebody sent me some stuff about the stairs. There wasn't a great deal, but they were fake stairs, and that was like a dramatization. But somebody was saying they were rooftop stairs. I don't think Dom's house had rooftop stairs. Now, they said I don't know. Rooftop stairs. I think he lived in like a ranch with a basement. So, hi, Mike C. Um, you think she was definitely railroaded? Mike C. Hey, Mike C, you're from the area, right? Mike C, are you from the area? You are, right? Have you ever been by Dominic Russo's house? The one that's next door to the mother? Does it have a roof? Does it have like rooftop stairs are, it doesn't even make sense for, and that wouldn't even make sense. I'll tell you how else that wouldn't make sense. I think the basement stairs were outside. But you know how why it wouldn't make sense, Lisa? Because he's talking about the cameras and he's saying the cameras from his room and the cameras from the kitchen, those would be inside the house. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It makes it sound like it's inside the house. Okay, you are. So could you tell me about those stairs? Do you know anything about this incident that took place? I think it was around New Year's Eve, where Kendall fell down these stairs and was, I don't know if she was in a coma or what, but she was very hurt. And for someone to be on life support, it makes me think it was probably outside and then she got cement or something. Okay, here's the other thing. The GoFundMe shows a girl and she's posing by an airplane. And then I went on Facebook and I searched and I came across photo with that name and the name of her sister showing a woman who had very short hair and it looked like a big scar down her head as if she had some type of brain surgery. And then I found a LinkedIn profile for someone that's in the aviation field with that name. So I'm hoping she's okay now, but I'm just wondering why the GoFundMe doesn't have information on it, because that's odd. And how come it almost seems like this was erased. So I'm interested to read the text tonight to see what we can find out, to see how that questioning of Mackenzie goes along from the police station. But it's very odd, isn't it? And what did Mike C said? Yes, he lived on Lund Road. I drive past it all the time. Okay, Mike, can you tell me anything about stairs outside, rooftop stairs? Somebody sent me something about rooftop stairs. That doesn't make sense to me. I just can't believe there's such little information on this. Hit the cement. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, but she could have also hit the cement. The basement may be cement as well. Even if it had carpet tiles on it, the floor is probably cement. Yeah, we could look on Google Maps. I was just wondering. Can access the cameras from inside. Yeah, I mean, I can too. Yeah, I mean, but I don't say like my kitchen camera if it's outside, even though it's outside my kitchen, I'll say it's my backyard camera that, or it's on the back deck. Another one is off the back corner of the house. Like the way he was saying it, it was like they were inside. I don't know. You've never seen okay. Dom's mom shut it down. Okay, well, we'll read. I went back a little bit because I was trying to find something, so I have to go up a little bit. And if you are brand new, Mackenzie's text are in green, Dominic's are in blue, and we are right around, I think it was January 5th or so. And there had been some kind of an incident at the house. And the police were questioning Mackenzie and her mother, and Dom was getting very upset and told her not to talk to them. Okay, so I'm going to go back here. We're going to start here at 24,339 is the page. And we're going to go right here where he's talking about that the police should not have questioned her. I just want to make sure that that's showing up. So let me just look at my other monitor when that catches up. Come on, monitor. Hold on, I've got to get this to the end. Okay. I think I still have to make myself smaller. I have to go to the postage stamp size. That should allow it to show. And I probably have to go like that. Okay. I think that should be good now. So again, blue is Dom, green's Mackenzie. We're on the date of January 6th of 2022, and this is following an incident at Dominic's house, okay? I drive past his house on the way to work. Okay, thank you, Mike. Say, appreciate that. Okay, so Dominic says they should at least have your parents there before they talk to you. They gross and unprofessional. Kenzie says, my mom on the phone recording. Dom says, please don't say or admit anything. You shouldn't even say a word to them unless my mom is supervising. Just don't talk to them. You don't have to. Kenzie says, they asking for your number. I'ma not give it. Should I give your mom's? What the F do I say? OMG. Why are you talking to them? Dom says. Kenzie says, Dom, STFU. Dom says, so effing stupid. If you don't talk to them, they can't ask for anything. You're going to get my mom sued and F up my probation. Kenzie says, bro. Dom says, you're effing us. Kenzie says, you're making yourself look bad. The cops don't care about the party. They only want to know the fall. Dom says, it doesn't matter. Don't talk to them. Then I can't look bad. I don't give an F. You're making me look bad. You're effing us over. She says, I'm not N-word. He says, then why are you talking to the cops? That's literally the dumbest thing you can do. Don't tell them anything. If you do, I'ma be mad as F. Neither you or your mom tell them anything. Kenzie says, I didn't tell them anything. Don't be mean to me. The F. Then she says, I'm not dumb. He says, you're talking to the cops, so yes, you're effing up. That's the first thing me and my mom said to never do unless a lawyer is present. Like, question mark. Kenzie says, my mom is on the phone. He's saying I'm not in trouble, stupid. Dom says, okay, and she doesn't have to talk on the phone. She doesn't have to talk to them. So don't talk to them. Kenzie says, he's saying it's an accidental fall. Dom says, I'm for real, mad as F. Stop talking to them. You're going to make me tweak. Y'all effing us over right now. I'm so pissed. Couldn't listen to the one thing I told you not to do. Kenzie says, do I have to block you? He says, like, how can I trust y'all when you Fina just talked to the cops? No, you just got to stop talking to the cops, and then everything will be fine. You talking to the cops isn't doing anything for anyone, not for me, not for you. Kenzie says, my mom is recording. Not for Kendall, Dom says. Read, idiot, Mackenzie. Dom says, not for anyone. Kenzie says, this is about me. Dom says, I don't care. Kenzie says, we got issues. Dom says she doesn't have to. Kenzie, she's stop teasing me. Dom says, teasing you? Y'all so dumb for talking to the cops. So dumb. Literally, the only thing you didn't have to do. I'm honestly so mad. You really can't keep the G code. Like, WTF. Send me the call when you done. Is they still talking? Kenzie says he's on the phone with Emily. The cops? Dom says, how did they get her number? Send the call. No, I'm not making it worse. The cops are lying to you. My mom's been a lawyer for 20 years. She knows what she's talking about. Kenzie says, bro, you need to stop being dumb. Get your shite together and talk to your mom. Dom says, I literally can't trust you. I was next to her when I was calling you earlier. She said not to talk to them unless she's there. They literally talked to you at school. So a lawyer and your parents wasn't there. So they can get info, like pretty simple. Kenzie says he literally says he can't do shite with any of the info because my mom wasn't present. And if he wasn't going to press charges, I would be at the police. And if he was going to press charges, I would be at the police station. Like, dang, I don't care if you don't trust me, then don't. Like, dang. Dom says, Kenzie, you know nothing about any of this. When I something you don't talk to the cops. When I tell you don't talk to the cops, you don't talk to them. What if it was something bigger? No face, no case, no talk, no walk. Pretty simple. Nothing to look bad about if nothing said. She probably said some shite. That's why she doesn't have recording. And then Kenzie says, if your mom is calling and thinks I did the right thing, I'm going to believe her. Stop texting me. Calm. Dom says, we tell you not to talk to the cops. You talk to the cops. I can't trust you. Kenzie says, I just talked to your mom. Dom says, but good. At least it's not bad. How long till you there? Soon, Kenzie says, 10. Here. Babe, be low-key for a while. Dom says, why is that? Is it because of something the cop said? Question mark. Kenzie says no. Dom says, are you playing Fortnite? Kenzie says yes. Dom says grinding. Kenzie says join. Me and Nat. Dom says me and Blair about to run 2K. Maybe after. Kenzie says, babe, are you out? Dom says, what do you mean out? My furniture comes tomorrow. Kenzie says, I went to Mally's. Dom says, that sounds good. Kenzie says, babe, the cops want you to take a pic of the stairs. Can you call them with your mom at least so you don't look bad? I know you don't care, but it's nothing incriminating. Dom says, get his number. My mom will call him. Okay, bet, she says. She says, he gave me his card. Dom says, do you want chicken wings? I made some Zaza. She says, I'm about to sleep. Send a picture. Dom says, I got you when they done. FaceTime. Will has only been playing love songs. Kenzie says, why? Dom says he's playing Marvin's Room right now. I don't know. That's what GEF with. It's so funny. Drake and shite. He's got me dead. She says, LMFAO. I just beefed with Hannah hard AF. I just removed her comment because of Kendall shite. Dom says, you shouldn't just post that thing. You should just post that thing of the Down syndrome girl on TikTok. She'll know. Nah, Kenzie says, I'ma just keep the high road. Dom says, I feel it. What are you doing? Kenzie says, nothing right now. Peeing. LOL. I'll FaceTime you when I'm in my room. Fort, okay. Or want to go shopping. Dom says, shopping. I'm with Will right now. Want to show you the couches? She says, oh, where are you? Show me. Did you guys call? Please get it handled. It's stressing me out. Dom says, I don't know. I'll ask her. What are you doing now? She says, chilling. He says, want to go to the mall? She says, right now? He says, yes, I'm free now. Or we can go in a little. She says, day one of not having this bag. And he says, that is not going to be a thing. And then he says, you are a red flag. She says, no, I am a Leo. He says, maybe you should just go lesbian. She says, why? He says, no reason. I just thought it was funny. She tells him, go gay. He says, give me a baby first. Lizzie eats Oreos with mustard on them, he says. She says, WTF, what? Shows the bag again. Day two, she says. He says, are you off work yet? I don't know how much that bag costs or where to get it. Help me out. Maybe you'll get it. She says, are you coming to our family's Christmas and my aunt's? I'm off. He says, when is it? She says 3. He says, want to play Fortnite? She says, yes, LOL. Then she says, we have to take a COVID test. He says, okay, should I not go? I'll probably just not go then. I'm only coming for you. And if you're going to be like that, I'm good. I'll just not go. She says, what? Question marks, question marks. Are you coming, yes or no? He says, when do we have to leave? She says, 2:45 maybe. He says, yes, let me get dressed and eat breakfast. Do you have both pods? She says, okay, and one, wait, yes. It's empty though. He says, no, my luster. You don't have the luster? She says, I have it. Only one of them though. He says, oh, it's not empty, right? She says, nope. He says, what should I wear? Jeans or polo tracksuit? She says, where are you at? Polo. He says, about to be on the way right now. She says, come on the phone with Kristen. He says, I'm here. Do you want to take my car? Because it's already almost all warmed up. She says, what? He says, my car is warm. Do you want to take my car so we don't freeze? She says, come now. COVID test. He says, on Fort, I'm sleepy, she says. That's fine, he says. Good night, babe. Love you. Text me tomorrow. She says, I love you. He says, cute. She says, Kendall is awake and out of the hospital. This is January 10th. She's awake and out of the hospital, going into physical therapy. He says, that's good as F. Is she talking to any? She says, I don't know. He says, see, that was quick. 10 days and she's already out. Bradbury said 3 weeks, she'll be totally fine. Kenzie says, yeah, they are trying to get whoever picked her up out of the house in trouble. Okay, so somebody did pick her up out of the house, so it was not rooftop stairs, okay? Listen, we just found that out. Let's try to debunk misinformation going around. It was not rooftop stairs. Whoever picked her up out of the house in trouble. Okay, so somebody picked her up out of the house and I guess put her outside the house to say she fell outside the house. Then Dom says it was Davion. Kenzie says just him. Dom says, yeah, this is exactly what happened. After everyone was shaking her, I pulled her back forward up straight because they literally had her head leaning back. Then Davion picked her up and brought her up the stairs. Remember, he had blood on him. Dude, every famous person ends up being a full-blown drug addict for real. She says, it's so sad and scary. He says, but yeah, thinking of him in all the Full House episodes, being a drug addict is crazy. She says, sad as F. Who are they talking about? Who in all the Full House? Who's they talking about? Cedar Point, WTF? Like, I know cashless was coming. So, thank you. Gay. Tell her this is why you should have got crypto. I'm hungry, babe. Want to get some gas when I'm back from Jared's? Yeah, I'm with Nat and Hope. Don's Lighthouse. Light, bet. Or someone's gas. Send ideas. He says, I'll look, let me see. She sends a link to Yelp. Then she says, let me know. Nat wants snow crab. What one do you like better? Because I'm down for both. Question marks. Nat just wants broke people shite, so we have to go there. Good job answering. Like the F. Do I need to pull up? 5 seconds to call me back. Okay, we will have issues. Dom says, just text me. She says, 5 seconds to call me back or we done. Dom says, yeah, I'll have whatever place. I don't care. She says, no, you're not coming. He says, nah, you're acting crazy right now, babe. She says, I'm on the way to your house. You can be respectful to me or we are breaking up today. Make up your mind. Dom says, bro, you don't do anything to my house. I'ma actually have to get someone involved. She says, get someone involved. He says, you're being way more disrespectful to me. She says, LMFAO, I don't care. He says, think, babe, for real. Just think. She says, I'll send a picture of the stairs. Then I'll send a picture of the stairs then if you're going to get someone involved. Like, are you good? When you text or text your answer. He says, we are breaking up. She says, honestly, I'd be on the way home if I were you right now. He says, you're not going to threaten me with shite like that. She says, because you're not going to do shite around your friends. He says, that's way too crazy. WTF, you're just going to get my mom sued. She says, you literally threatened me first, buddy. Get someone involved. I'll be on the way home if I was you, or we will break up. He says, nah, I said, if you F some shite at my house, I'll have to get someone involved. There's still holes in my house from the last time. She says, that is not how it works. You're not allowed to be shady, especially since you a cheater and you a sneaky AF. Chill, for real, he says. She says, then I'll have to send a pic of the stairs. If you have to get someone involved, see how this game works? So do you want to try this all again? He says, bro, you the one trying to F up my house. Don't F up my house. Like, for real, WTF. She says, oh, are you going to keep being a little P word and not talk to your girlfriend, acting like you're on a perk? So are we trying this again? He says, I'll talk to you when you respect me. I can't be with anyone ever, though, who will get the police involved. She says, okay, I'ma just take some money from the cart box. I can't ever be with someone who puts their friends before me. He says, do whatever you want. She says, and who acts high on the phone? He says, I wasn't. She says, I am going to. He says, he was showing me speakers and they were bumping loud as F. She says, I don't care, to be honest, like 0%. You on the way home though, right? He says, went and grabbed my phone across the room, actually, because B seen my screen light up. She says, you would be mad dumb, for real. I wouldn't want to lose my girlfriend of 3 years. He says, yeah, I'm coming to my car. She says, you know? He says, nah, you tripping. You know I'm the realest person ever. No one keep it as 100 with me. You tripping to be trying beyond that. She says, you're really not. You pick and choose when you want to be. It's either all in or all out because we don't do this in-between shite. He says, you tripping. You know I'm that guy. She says, nah, you pick and choose when you want to. And she says, you're not that guy today. Yesterday, you is not the same as you are right now. I'ma go to some samurai for real. We need to talk about this because this isn't going to keep going on. When I text, you answer. When I call, you answer. He says, Kenzie, when you call me on some BS, I'm not going to talk to you. She says, if you're that deaf, then keep your phone on you, bro. He says, and if I'm not answering for 5 minutes, you got to chill. She says, it's on you 24/7 when you're with me. He says, I don't do that to you. She says, so why is it not when you're with your friends? Because I answer LMFAO, like, question marks. He says, nah, it's both ways. You see me, ignore hella people with you too. She says, you are not allowed to ignore me. Are you dumb? Like, I know you didn't text me that. Like, are you for real? You better figure this out. This is a problem. He says, I don't ignore you. I was saying I ignore hella people when I'm chilling with you. So we're not even going to eat. You just wanted me to be, you just wanted me to pay for you? Because now you got bread from the cart stack, right? She says, you're actually slow as shite. Don't even text me. Like, for real, you are lame as F. Leave. How to text your girl better. Such a shame. I mean, you going to Samurai now and making me go home? Like, that's kind of just crazy. You wanted me to come home? Should I even go home? She says, oh, so you didn't even leave? You lied about that? He says, I'm in my car. She says, I thought you were walking to your car 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm sure you are. He says, why are you trying to make it like that now? Don't change the subject. She says, I'm not. She says, why would you come now? You were just being a D and you are 40 minutes away. So why would we wait 40 minutes for you to come back? He says, you called me crazy, talking crazy. What? She says. He says, you called me talking all crazy first. Kenzie says, because you don't know how to answer the phone. Are we going to go over this again? He says, whatever. Kenzie says, you need to keep your phone on you if you're that bad at replying. WTF. Dom says, go out to eat. I'm good. She says, I wanted to watch Euphoria with you tonight, but F that. Dom says, you're being a control freak. Look, go do your thing. I'm going to go do mine. We'll talk later. Kenzie says, now I'm cool. Just keep ignoring me. You're so good at that. Dom says, I'm go check how long it took me to answer you. One missed, one call. So it took 2 calls for me to answer. Why are you even mad? Look, just talk to me later. Kenzie says, get me sheets, hot cocoa on the way home. Is this a joke or something? Like, are you taking long to reply as a joke? Because I wouldn't do that literally 3 hours after you just did the same shite. Dom says, I'm doing something right now, then I'll go get it. Won't be long. She says, it would be dumb as F. Oh, so you did see. He says, you tripping. She says, you just ignoring again. Like, what's so important right now? What are you doing that's important as F? He says, nah, I just opened my phone book to text you back and you were texting. She says, yeah, I'm sure. I'm not believing that for real. He says, I just pulled up in front of somewhere and I had to unlock a box out of my trunk and then unlock my house. Look, let me do my thing and I'll get you the chocolate. You tripping for real. She says, when? He says, I'm about to go to Sheets. She says, what are you doing? Nuggum. He says, I just played some Splygate with Blair, about to eat some pizza. What's up with you, babe? She says, they just left. He says, were you all just painting all that time? She says, yes. She says, I'm done now. He says, what all you paint? She said, next time you go to Jared's, text me so me and Kendrick can come. He says, it depends what we doing, but for sure. She says, want to go get food from one of those places? Question mark. He says, yes, when? She says, right now. He says, I'm in Cleveland right now. You want to go for dinner? She says, I want to go right now. Of course she does. Then watch Euphoria. He says, babe, I literally haven't even showered. I've had so many plays and my mom had me take her to the pet store because her stomach. Is she okay? Kenzie asks. He says, I need to get back and shower for real. She says, I'm good. I'll just get Shinto now. He says, she's in hella pain. Kenzie says, is she home? Dom says, I don't know. I'm in Cleveland. Kenzie says, what should I eat since you're just in Cleveland? Question mark. Never mind. He says, EA, EW. She says, okay. He says, I bought you a little pink laser. About to come tomorrow. She says, no way. He says, yeah, I think it was only like $30. She says, no way. He says, I was going to get you a straight stun gun. She says, I'm excited. I'm going to tase you. He says, that can shoot from like 15 feet. She says, for real? She said, why didn't you? He says, nah, you're going to tase me. It was like $350. She says, she said, I am. He said, and I ordered other shite that I needed. She says, cause I don't know what's going on with the $600. He says, cause I don't know what's going on with the $600 IRS thing or what all that applies to. She says he may have just been close, but I feel like AJ tried to shoulder check me in the hallway today. And Dom says, trying to keep my online spending low. Now I'll order it another time. Then he says, AJ is gross. He's probably just being dumb though. Kenzie says, he was so close to shoulder checking the shite out of me. I don't know if he was trying to do it on purpose. Dom says, I don't know. He might not F with us, though he unfollowed me. Kenzie says, and me. Dom says, yes, weird. He says, I'm about to shower though. Talk to you after. She says, what are you doing? Want to watch Euphoria with popcorn? He says, yeah, bet. I'm waiting on Sean to get here, then I'll come over. Kenzie says, okay, bet. Dom says, loved okay, bet. Then she says, come around, come soon. She said, coming soon. He says, oh, you're coming over? Will is here. She says, yes. He says, okay, bet. She says, text. He says, curly fries and chicken slider. She says, what are you doing? He says, just did a couple of plays. Now I'm chilling with my mom and my dad. What's up? She says, is your mom okay? He says, not really. She says, what's going on? He says, she's getting through it. Question marks. She just can't really eat anything and feels sick and in pain. She says, is she acting normal? He says, what do you mean? She's just been being all sick in like 3 blankets on the couch. Kenzie says, she's not even up? That's so effed. Dom says, now she's up. Okay, to feed Nico. Kenzie says, I'm dead. Dom says, what'd you do, babe? She says, do you see a pen? White battery? No, I'll check though, he says. She says, nothing so far. He says, no, I haven't seen anything. I only looked for a second, though. I'll look again in a second. She says, babe. He says, babe. She says, they want me to take the video down, and I'm about to be so pissed. Like it wasn't posted during school hours. He says, is there any way you can archive like Insta? She says, can your mom defended you trying to suspend me for 3 days if I don't take IR down? He says, what is she going to do? Plus, she's super sick. I don't know if she's up. Just make your account private for a couple of days and say you deleted it. She says, I'm so mad. Like, I'm so mad. I effing hate this school. He says, to be honest, I'm surprised it went that far and didn't get taken down. She says, I don't care. I'm about to talk to MR coming right now. Collins, I'm so mad. He says, maybe just try to say Audrey bullies you and you want her suspended too then. She says, I am. He says, she copies all your clothes as a taunt. She says, I am. He says, the taser is here. She says, OMG, I want it. He says, check Snap, about to send video. She says, babe, can I get it before Polaris? And I can take the pen because I'm getting sage for your house. No, you can't take that to Polaris. Why do you need sage again? She says, why she, babe? Plus the pen, because I want them. Your house has negative energy. I feel like it's weird, but we can fix it. He says, the laser to Polaris or the pen? She says, both. He says, just hit a bong and smoke after the pens are almost gone. She says, I'm going shopping after Polaris. He says, no taser at Polaris. She says, just the pen. He says, come on, I want the pen too, baby. You've had it more than me. She says, please. He says, I can't let you chief all the pens. Let me get more at least. She says, cart, ? Please. Babe. He says, do you have any left? I thought you had hella, almost empty ones. She said, they all gone. He says, I might have a cart here somewhere. I'd have to look though. She says, let me know. I'm on the way. He says, okay, I'll look. Found one. It's a good one too. Yay, she says. Bring out Karina's shoes too. He says, let me know when you hear, okay? She says, please give me my taser, babe. I won't get in trouble. He says, no, you don't need it at school. You should be bringing none of that to Polaris. She says, I want to after school. He says, cart is easy to hide though. She says, layered. Here. He says, yeah, I'm not going to let you threaten people with tasers. She says, love you. He says, I'll give it to you, but you got to promise me you won't take it to school because you already got caught with brass knuckles. She says, I won't, babe. I was young. AF. He says, why ain't you answering? I got the stripper pole down, trying to show you this. Want to come to Jared's Sunday for a crab boil? Do you like shrimp too? She says, yes. He says, don't you need a picture too? What if you took mushrooms and did some VR shite? She says, we're not doing the same, and I'm down. He says, I think I'm making crab legs tonight if you want some. Then he says, I need to make the chicken wings, so I'm gonna just do those and the crab legs. She says, bro, I just got my hair burnt off with a hot comb. Like, I'm about to cry. I can smell it. He says, what happened? Does it look bad? She says, yes, very bad. He says, let me see. Oh, that's the picture I showed you last night where she pulls up that little tiny piece of hair. He says, it's probably fine. That doesn't look like a lot. She says, I'm going to cry. I'd have to see. He said, I'd have to see when your hair is normal. I don't think anyone will notice, though. She said, I'm going to freak out. Like, I can't. He says, Kenzie, it's okay. I just see how it looks in a little. Grow back quick. It won't. It's going to take over a year. He said, there's a chance you won't even notice when your hair is dry. She said, I don't know. It's up right now, so I can't tell. Why are you going to ignore? Want to watch it? And why does Will have to come? ? I'm home now, getting wings ready. Will bought all those wings. We can't watch Euphoria when he's there? ? He hasn't hit me up in so long. I don't even know if he's coming. Who? She says. Will. He hit me up this morning. He probably fell asleep or something. She says, or are you making them right now? Can we make pasta too? ? He said, I'm making wings right now. What kind of pasta? She says, can you make pasta too? I'm coming now. Any. He says, we can do my mom's Alfredo recipe. She says, I just want pasta. Actually, we can do that. I'm just starving. I want food right now. He says, come over and help me. I'll get it done ASAP. She says, I'm about to come. Just start. He says, just got to make sure we have everything for Alfredo. Literally, though, like WTF, she says, you really need to never act like that around me, or I will cause an issue. Like, for real, why did perk 30 mode just kick in? Like, do you just act like that when I'm not around? He says, look, let's just talk later, babe. She says, we're not just going to push this shite under the rug. I'm for real over it. Like, we can't even chill alone. We'll just asleep on your couch snoring. Like, we can't even cuddle. Get your shite together for real. You weren't mad about that at first, but okay. Yeah, it was his wing, so I told him earlier. I'm mad about, I don't know, he doesn't even know about what, he says. And yeah, I wanted to call Blair about the pick and some sales. That's not a big deal, babe. She says, this is why you have issues. Dumb as shite. Dang. I want to go to Beechwood Mall today. Literally wake up. WTF, are you still sleeping? Like, this is a joke. Like, I'm mad. WTF, question marks. He says, no, I'm not. She says, you sounded like you just woke up. To me, she says. He says, what did you want to go do again? And she says, my mom getting rid of baby Scoob and Charlotte. I want to go to Beechwood, question mark. Did you do drugs or something last night? He says, edibles. I need coffee, wake me up. She said, we can go to Starbucks when we go. He said, I need it right now. I'm about to go make a cup. She says, Kay. She says, it's almost like you're trying to piss me off. He says, how? I wasn't trying to at all. She says, okay, so are we going, or do you need another 4 hours? Then she says, like, you didn't even say anything about me giving my pigs away. I guess those are the guinea pigs that she has, right? Like TF. He says, I'm tired as F. She says, yes. Yeah, let's just not hang. He says, yeah, coffee brewing. Give me a bit. Okay? She says, you for real, unreliable, and dry as F. I'ma just start writing shite down. He says, writing what down? Are we actually not going now? She says, are you going to be tired all day because I'm not dealing with that shite? He says, no, I'm drinking coffee right now. Getting in the shower now. Coffee helped too. What are you wearing? She says, Skims, maybe. He says, what color? I'm about to get dressed. She says, we'll match you if I can. She says, we bring in Taekwondo. He says, oh, dang, I don't know if I got anything to match with that, and bet that's cool. She says, I'll change then. He says, whatever you want to do, babe, you can wear that. She says, what are you wearing? He says, I don't know. Are you wearing the blue? If so, I'ma just wear some jeans. Then he says, if you wear that off-white cream color, I can match you. Actually, I could match with blue, I think. She says, come with the pen. He says, getting money, then Bud ready. She says, ask your mom if she wants babe, hurry and come. He said, I'll ask her. She says, hurry right now. He says, okay, 1 second. She says, I want her to have babe, to be honest, but he needs love. He says, I kind of want to change real quick. Would you care? She says, hurry. He says, I feel like I'm wasting this fit. She says, what? He says, I feel like I'm wasting this fit. This. She says, why? Who cares? What else are you going to wear? He says, I don't know. Fine, I'll just wear it. She says, we can take pics. He said, my hair didn't come out good. I'm salt as F. For real. She says, send pic. He said, send. She says, snap. He says, yeah. She says, can you, but then look at this. He says, where should we eat? Kenzie says, I don't know. Stomach hurts. I want goof bread. He says, I don't know where to get bread. Let me think. We could just go to Olive Garden, maybe mozzarella sticks and breadsticks. She says, I don't know, maybe. Dom says, when would you want to go? Kenzie says, whenever. Should I look for somewhere else to go, he says. She says, sure, town hall. Isn't that far? He says, I heard Outback's got really good bread. She says, Luca, I'm down. He says, you're saying you're down for Luca or Outback? She says, either, I don't care. He says, where do you want to go? I got to play in Lakewood. Go where? Out to eat, he says. I said, whenever, like 30 minutes ago. He says, okay, I'm gonna go do this play. Then we go when I get back. Okay, she says, can we just go to Shinto? He says, yes, of course. She says, okay, I'm ready. Come. ETA, she says, 25 minutes about till I'm back. How? She says, how long? 6 minutes about now. How long? What do you mean? He says, and about to pull in. Here. Are you up? Yes, she says. I almost want to just come back over. You can if you want. He says, I went home and just went straight to bed, but I didn't even sleep good for real. My neck kind of hurt. She says, should I post on TikTok right now? And come. Yeah, post. It's cold. I don't know if I want to come, he says. She says, I don't know. I posted. He says, I'm in this weird mood where I'm kind of mad and I just want to chalk everything and restart. She says, what do you mean? He says, the only way I can explain it. Chalk what? She says, like me? So we got herself in the front. My whole life. No, he said. She says, then restart today. He says, what do you mean? She says, I'm a new me all the time. Like, I'll show you pics where that's not even me anymore. But it's number 5 bad. Not like that, he said. Like what? She says. He says, that's not what I meant. Just forget it right now, for real. Unlock your door, I'ma come. She says, okay. Are you coming or not? Is your door unlocked? Question mark. No, should I unlock it? Yes. She's telling Kendra, you tried to F her. You effing with that biatches? I'ma need to see the messages between y'all. For real, I'm sus right now. He says, bro, Kenzie, I would never F that biatch. Chill. She's texting me that now. Kenzie says, these texts better be on your phone when I'm here. He says, She hit me up saying, you was trying to F me. She said, they better be there. He says, when are you coming? Bradbury's about to be here, but he's only going to be here for a second. You want me just to screen record this shite? No, she says, didn't open any. He says, I already did, but I saved them all. WTF. Why the F did you? See, now sus. Why did you open the text when I told you not to? Question marks. Because she said, you was trying to F me. Kenzie said, bro, like I will believe her. You're making it bad for yourself. Bro, he says, what the F? That biatch, like 200 pounds, you're actually making me mad, like WTF. She said, why are you getting defensive? You're making me mad. I'm allowed to be sussed out when someone says you tried to F them. Kenzie, that biatch is psycho. Okay. He says, if some weird F like that said you tried to F them, I wouldn't believe them. Kenzie says, yet you still opened everything after I said don't. So why would I believe you saved everything? Question mark. Because look at my phone. Probably because I never cheated, so I wouldn't expect to feel that way, she says. Like, you serious? Are you serious? He says, I'm honestly so done. You can't be thinking I'd want to F that biatches or even be insecure about her. Like, that shite is fried. She says, I'm not insecure, LMFAO. He says, don't get me all worked up because a fat, crazy biatch said I was trying to F her. If I was trying to F her, that girl would have F'd me in a heartbeat. Calm down, bud, Kenzie says. He says, nah, I'm sick of this BS. I actually don't do shite, and yet you go crazy on me over the dumbest shite. Fine, I believe you, she says. If I find out it's true, there will be an issue. He says, FaceTime me. Let's play a game of Fort. Okay. Yes. I have way higher standards than that. Like, that was just offending me for real. That's like saying I'd wear Skechers or something. I'm out of the shower if you want to play more Fort. She says, I'm bored. He says, when we go into Lucas, she says, what time do you think? He says, do you want to just say 4:30 so we get there at 5? She says, did you call? He says, about the vaccine. I thought your mom was going to. I can call if you want. She says, bro, it's not even open yet. What are you trying to go like right now? She has to wait like 5 to call. Dom says it opens at 5. She says, because they are not open. So why would we leave at 4:30 then? When, if they say no at 5. Okay. What are you wearing? He says, let's try to get there as early as possible, though, because it's going to snowstorm at 7 and we don't want to be driving. You're crazy. She says, you can think that. I don't really care, she says. That affects you much more than it affects me. I'm not going to stay home and you can find someone else to go out to eat with. He says, why? Like, who do you mean by that? Like, you're being crazy right now. I'll talk to you in a bit. And if you still want to go, we can. I'm cool, she says. He says, but don't get mad at me for doing plays or spending about over 400 this weekend on you. And you're mad about 20 to 30 minutes. Like, that's hella spoiled for real. She says, he says, and tonight would be another $100 plus. Like, let me make my money, babe. It's going to snowstorm for real later. So I couldn't do it then. You for sure don't want to go? Kenzie says, I'm not that hungry. He says, it's about to start snowing, storming anyway. Then she puts an MB. What's her, no. She says, okay, cool, don't come. He says, I'm just trying to sleep. A SWC longer. I'm so tired. She says, you're tired every day. I don't care. Just don't come. Like, for real, I'm over this. Just don't text me. She says, maybe try giving effort. He says, bro, what? She says, read. Like you're just getting more and more uncomfortable. For real. She says, like, I'm over it. Figure it out ASAP. He says, unreliable because I want to sleep a little bit longer. Like, you're being crazy. Kenzie says, bro, you do this every day. And call me crazy. He will actually see crazy you know what actually come to your house and show me what it looks like. You know how crazy I can be. We can start calling names, you effing piece of shite. We can do that too. Like, are we going to start calling names again? Piece of shite? Just let me know because I can do it too. He says, I said, you're being crazy. You're just calling me a piece of shite? She says, I thought it was being crazy. I mean, it looks like you're on your phone, not trying to get more sleep, to be honest. He says, yeah, because you're texting me. He says, okay, let's just talk in a little then. She says, nah, we're just not going to hang or talk today. Since you always want to talk later or in a little, grow the F up, LMFAO. He says, Kenzie, you're mad. I want to sleep longer. Like, I'd never ask you to put me before your schoolwork, sleep, or family, yet you get so mad whenever I put mine first. Like, relax. It's not a big deal. He says, you could have just let me rest my head for a WSC. Then I'd come take pictures. She says, well, now you have all day to sleep. Have a nice nap. He says, should we just break up? Like, it doesn't even feel like you care about me anymore. It just feels like you want me to do shite for you. She says, if that's what you want to do, like, I thought you were tired. Now you up. He says, yeah, well, I've already been up for a second. I was trying to hurry and I got back to sleep before I was up too long, but I'm good. You know, I just can't do that. Okay, she said. He says, you need to figure out shite because if you want to date me for real, I don't know if I can keep doing this. You can't be threatening me and stuff over little shite. She says, then break up with me. He says, you don't want to try it at all? She says, I do try. You don't figure it out. He says, whenever, babe. I do everything for you that you ask, but I'm not going to put you before my sleep, family, or work, and you shouldn't put me before any of that shite. She says, oh, that's how it is. Okay, cool. He says, yes. What do you mean? That's how it should be. Everyone. If you putting someone else before your own personal needs, that's effed up. And you really don't want to try. What do you want to try with? You were trying to get me to come up and take pictures, but there's no way I can get out of my driveway for real. She says, yeah, you'll probably just stare at the phone and take pictures and not even hit me up. So I'm cool on you taking them. I'm just take them myself, I guess. Not sure why it was really hard for me to go to the grocery store while I'm getting my eyelashes, but it's okay. Just stay home tonight. I was trying to work it out. So what are you doing? Something, but clearly you just want to go home and do nothing. So just stay there and do nothing. He says, you never went to the grocery store without me. when I've asked and I was busy? Okay, cool, she says. And I don't want to go these stores. I think Hannah's mom lives over there. Go where? What the F? You go every day. He says, no, not to that road. She says, why you worried about her all of a sudden? I thought you didn't care. He says, 'cause that's the street, I think. So you know where she lives? And you just didn't tell me? Yeah, we not cool. Dom says, I don't think that's the street. I'm guessing you already left for Parma, but I would go now. It's not that big of a deal. She says, no, I didn't. Why are you sitting up all of a sudden? Did you get caught doing some weird shite? He says, question mark. She says, are you for real not going to get the steaks? He says, question what she said. She says, she questioned that. I don't know, because my car is still stuck and now my mom's is stuck in our driveway. She says, I got to go get shoveled it out. Okay. Cool. Stay home, Dom. Like, I don't even care anymore. He says, there's nothing I can really do. You should see our driveway. So no steaks, she says. He says, I mean, I can start shoveling, but that's gonna take a grip though. Bro, just don't. Like for real, it's sad. Dom says, I was trying to pull my mom's car in and it got stuck. I don't know what's sad about that. Whoever plowed our driveway didn't do it well, so it's hard to get through. My mom said, you have no school. Bro, I don't. No one told me, she says. That's what she said. I want Starbucks. Well, you have Starbucks money now. They all might be closed, she says. True, he says. They were yesterday. Shite's crazy right now. I'd call. Let's see, we're on to January 18th. Do you want some? I'd have some of yours. Well, then come over. I'll get a large. Do you like the white mocha letter better or the toasted white mocha? I'm not sure. I haven't had them that much. Okay, I'll get toasted. It's a limited edition. But that's a move. I'm about to have to TP go dig out my car. I'm there right now. Let me know when you're home. I'm doing some push-ups and stuff, and then I'm digging car out. Home, she says. Okay, bet. She says, when are you coming? He says, soon. I'm about to be done with my car. I'm gonna see if I can get it out in a second. My hands are effed. I didn't wear gloves. She says, post at 10 or 6. He says 10. Then he says, I'm done with everything. I can come in a sec, but you trying to play some Fortnite real quick? She says, what happened? Yeah, I want to eat. He says, what do you mean what happened? I'm getting on right now. Does your Fortnite have to update? She says, no, I'm making food. It will be ready in 2 minutes. I think that's fine. My Fortnite needs like 10 minutes to update, Dom says. She says, I'm getting on. He says, mine has like 10 seconds left to update. Kenzie says, mine is 11 minutes. It won't be long. That's fine. I'm a kick it. Okay, I'm going to stop right there for a minute. I need to get a drink and rest my eyes for a second, and I want to look at the chat. Oh, let's see what's going on. So, Debbie Two Scooter said, do they ever eat what he wants to eat? No, she said, what'd she say yesterday? Everything is what she wants or something. Everything is her way. It's just what she wants. So what did we find out about this? You know, I feel like the Craig Ferguson. What did we learn on the text tonight, Craig? What did we learn on those texts about that stair thing? Carolyn was right. It was inside the house, and she was carried outside. Now they said Davion carried him outside. He had blood on his clothes. Did you all catch that? Where's Alyssa? Alyssa, it's not rooftop stairs, hun. They were inside stairs. They were shaking her. They sat her up. Someone carried her outside. And then what? Did they say that she walked there by herself and collapsed outside? What was the deal? They got her out of that house. I don't know. Did they say they carried her out because they wanted to wake her up? Was she responsive? Was she breathing? Did they give her CPR? What is that whole thing about? I don't know, Scooter. I've been trying to find out all day. That's what I've been trying to find out. It looks like they tried to get her out of the house so the police wouldn't have it to come in the house. But where is the police report on that? Where are the first responders? Where is any information? Why does the GoFundMe not have any information? Why does it look like everything's been scrubbed? Yes, she was carried out. Hey, Just Pepper. You know, because Alyssa was sending stuff and saying that she heard somewhere it was rooftop stairs. And that just didn't fit with Dom's house. I just think because they didn't want the cops in the house. But where are the police reports? Where is anything about this, Just Pepper? Where is all that? Yes, she did live. And I think I found a picture where she had a scar in her head. And I think I found pictures of other stuff. And then I think I found where she is now graduated with a bachelor's degree, I believe. And then she's like in an aviation field because Don was making it sound like she was not going to have full past like something that she had like a brain injury, but I don't think she did, thank goodness. But she was out of the hospital, I think, in 10 days. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to check that out. Hi, Lisa. I think they took her out of the house and they waited at the end of the driveway for the ambulance. But was she conscious? Like, she knows she was in the house, and then they said they're trying to get that person in trouble that carried her out of the house. Hold on, I'm just going to get a drink because I need a drink and I need to stretch my legs and my eyes for a second, and then we'll continue in just a second. I've also got that Adelson, those interviews with Jeffrey Lacasse that they just sent me today. And I want to go through those two. I don't think it'll be tonight because it's too much after this, but it might be. Oh, and I posted a very short video about two girls that were killed in New Jersey. One was being stalked by this teenager, and Dom's house, Scooter. It happened at Dom's house. Yeah. And she was questioned by the police. Did you hear me last night? And tonight I actually read the same text over just so that people would hear that, because I haven't heard anything about this. I haven't heard it. Ow. I've been transplanting and oh my gosh, I've been carrying big pots of plants around. For me, I've got almost them all in. The few I have out, I put under cover. It's going to get down to 39 tonight, but then it's going to warm up again. So I got almost everything inside. Tomorrow I have to do some other sponsor affiliate videos and stuff like that. I have to try to get some of those done. I have to get a little more shipping done. Stuff like that. I've got stuff. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm back. Sometimes my arms fall asleep, my leg falls asleep. I've got to move around a little bit. It's very cold right now. Creep. It says winter weather. What does it say on my thing? Hold on a minute. Get out of here with winter weather warning. Get out of here. It says winter weather warning on my computer. Get out of town. Do you know we had snow like before on October 3rd or 4th? It was my daughter's christening and it was snowing. Yeah, but it's going to be real cool. I think the lake saves us, but it says it's 59 and clear, but I don't know whether it's a winter. It says it's going to get 39, but the few little ones I left out there, I put into a tote. And the other ones got covered with plastic. And I think they'll be fine. Because it's going to be warm up. It's going to be warm during the day. It's going to be warm into the 80s in the weekend. So it's going to be okay. But I took like the avocado trees, the citrus trees. I took the aloes and the jade plants and some of the herbs and what else? Stuff like that. Grunge. At least she sounded like she wasn't into drugs, which means that's not likely how she died. She didn't die, Grunge. She didn't die. The girl that fell down the stairs, she didn't die. Thank goodness she did not die. Okay, back on it. I'm back on it. Kenzie says I'm on. Oh, that's so funny. Loading on right now, Dom says. Me too. I invited you, Dom says. Are you in the game? She says, I'm on. No. He says, join me. Your skin goes crazy. She says, there's a cause skin in shop. I want it. To be honest, land at the same building, 2 people. He says, F tilted, F tilted towers. LOL. Bro, click ready. He says, I thought I had materials. I just fell. I did. She says, below you. He says, get on mic. We play better. Okay. Want to drop a cart to Parma? He says, Blair probably will. Bro, that biatch's voice. She says, LMFAO, Nugum, you ready? Babe, want to sell to Skylar? He says, send her snap to Vit1, then I'll send her Blair snap. Add her, she says. What are you doing? Kenzie says, about to go to bed soon. Dom says, what's up? Are you getting your hair braided? She says, thank you, coming over now. He says, nice. She says, you can sleep over if you want. He says, should I come now? I'm already in bed. I might come though. She says, how can you tell something wrong? Is this must? Just don't text me. What's wrong? He says, I feel bad now. I should have just come. I was already undressed and stuff. She says, I can take a good fake ID pic. All of them are ugly. Should I just take my hair out? He says, who cares how the pic looks? You're only going to flash it for a sec. She says, should I take my hair out? Right now. He says, if you want. She says, bro. He says, is it coming apart? She says, honestly, just don't text me. Your replies are so arse. She says, like, get it together. Like, can you reply any worse? Like, makes me just want to block you. I'm done. He says, bro, what? How was that a bad reply? I asked you if it was coming apart. If you said yes, then I'd say yes. Take it apart. Take it out. I'ma use this pic. How do I make it look like an ID pic? She says. Yeah, just use that. How said they're going to put a different background on your pic. Ian said, I can't use that pic. Why? Dom said. She puts question marks. Why do you think? Probably the background, he says. Good thinking, she says. Like, are you okay? Like, what the F? She says, you think it's funny? Yeah, do not text me. Effing slow arse MFer. He says, no, I did that by accident. Okay, that's cool. You got a short temper today anyway. Probably shouldn't text. She says, I'd watch your mouth or you will be single. And I'm dead arse serious. Like, this is your last chance. Your reply to this counts. He says, Kenzie, I'm so nonchalant. I really don't try to do anything. You're the one that's disrespectful to me first, for real. She says, yeah. Question marks. Like, bro, send your pic to him now. He said, I sent mine. Yeah, that one is perfect. You want to go to Condado's? Later, I'm craving it. She says, Luca. Actually, I'm down for that too. When, tonight or right now? He says, not right now, but in a little. That cool? She says, how long? Okay. He says, an hour? She says, so I should just eat? I want a taco, but I'm picky. She says, the queso sounds so good though. He said, you like the one taco. She says, what one? I'll just get that one again and another taco. I want a shrimp taco. He says, they might have those. She says, I want to try it. Hurry up. I'm hungry. Scoop when you're ready. Definite. Did you send the pic? He says, yeah, I sent him my pic. Should I take another? Nah, it works, she said. I don't know if it was too blurry. She says, Ian said the guy put the filter on it and make it look better. What filter? Like, make it look better quality, he says. I don't know, she says. She says, oh, gosh, the guy put a filter on it, makes it look like a better picture. Not, you read. Whatever, it doesn't matter that much. You are literally being slow. LOL, okay. She says, when? He says, I'll be on the way in 10. She says, okay. Then he says, I'm on your street. She's texting a bunch of pictures of clothing. She says, like, I don't know what's up with you. Not liking it. Like, WTF. He says, Kenzie, I'ma get him the bread. She says, sus, I don't even care. Making me look bad. He says, it's really not. Just tell him I was in a rush and being fried. I told him I was in a rush. She says, strike 3. You really need to get this shite together. Don't even text back. I don't have to block you again all day. He says, what did I do? Then he says, I feel like you just want to put me in a bad mood. Like, WTF, I'm half dead. You can barely talk to me. Don't tell me where the bags are. Just say downstairs. Tell me you need Bud right now when you just passed my house and now I'm trying to leave to do stuff and now you want to say you'll block me, break up with me. Like, please. If this is every day, just break up with me. If I'm in some type of mood, I'm just going to not tell you or not be around you. I don't try and make you feel shitey like I feel like that's what you try to do. Like I don't do none of that shite. So to you, I don't know you. I don't know why you have to do it to me. I'm just going to pretend like none of this happens. My mom's infection isn't getting better so far. I'm worried. I think she'll be okay, but she hasn't been able to work. And if she can't work, she's effed because she has to support everyone. And with Chris, isn't going to help her with anything. She says, can you get my friend to study Stizzy? Not right now, he says. My mom has this. I don't know what to think. She says, what the F? What even does that mean? Is she in the hospital? Yeah, he says. She has holes in her intestines. Has, babe, I'm gonna freak. If something happens to my mom, I don't think I can live. Is she going into surgery? Want me to come over after school? Yeah. Hopefully it goes good. Well, she didn't tell me that. I'd assume so, though. My poor mom doesn't deserve this. Like, why couldn't it meet my dad for real? I'm so sad I can't stop crying. I'm good now. I think she'll be okay. FaceTime me. I have to stay after today at Polaris till 3 o'clock so I can make up my hours. That's fine. I'm probably going to run to Walmart with Blair, get minutes cards, and I need dish soap and shite for the crib. Do you want me to FaceTime you right now? Yeah, you can. I'm just undoing a perm on the way home. Are you okay? We have problems. He says, check flight prices. She says, tell your boyfriend to shut the F up. I wasn't talking to him. I mean, your effing dog. He says, you're stressing the F out of me. She says, like that little MFer, just gonna get dragged around on a leash. He says, my mom is in the hospital already. Like so insensitive. She says he better shut the F up. He says, I'm so mad at you right now. You better not stress me out any more than I am. She says, literally, I texted you and asked you if you were okay and you ignored me. I'm at Walmart, he said. She says, honestly, I don't even care at this point. I'm not going anywhere with you. Go F Blair or something. He said, my hands are full. You call me on the phone on some BS after. Who cares if I'm okay? Don't stress me and press me to spend hella money when my mom is in the effing hospital and probably won't be able to work for a while. Like, I'm gonna have to help out. I'm so mad at you right now, for real. Like, insensitive as F. Do you want to go bowling with me and my dad? When? Soon. I don't know. Let me ask my dad. When? Okay, just don't go then. Honestly, I'm still mad about the thing with my mom. Bro, tell me if I'm going. He says, why you keep trying to stress me out? She says, mad about your mom? I didn't even do anything. I asked if you were okay. Okay, I'll just not go. Psycho. Tell me now, or I'm making plans like WTF. He says, Kenzie, You called me on the phone trying to get me to go to Florida this weekend. My mom is in the hospital right now, and I don't even know what's going on. Last thing I want to do is blow all my money in Florida. My mom is going to need my help. She's not going to be able to work, and then you won't let me get off the phone when I'm trying to load my cart at Walmart. Then I got to ask my dad when we going, and you said when 3 times. Like, I'm so done with you. She says, I think I'm going to go to New York this weekend. He says, like, my stress out the roof, and most of it because of you. She says, that honestly sounds like it's your fault because I'm really just not doing anything. She says, I'm sorry asking you to go to Florida brought so much stress on you. Now, don't effing text me. He says, I'm done talking to you till you fix this. And I'm serious. She's like, I'm okay. He says, you need help. And you don't, she says. He says, when you fix this, I'll talk to you. She says, Dom, I don't care. He says, bye, Kenzie, love you. She says, then don't talk to me. I didn't do anything. Like, I for real don't care at all. So we're not going to Florida or anywhere this weekend, not even New York. You have 5 minutes to reply to my message or there will be problems, by the way. 1 minute. You have to fix this, he said. She said, I will block you then. I will block you, then you will really be stressed. And he says, and no, I can't go to Florida, not even New York. I will block you right now. I'm so serious, she says. 5 minutes to answer. He says, New York is vaccine mandatory. And no, Kenzie, you're being super insensitive. I don't want to go anywhere with you till you fix this. She says, I'm not fixing anything because I did nothing. I will block you. So I would be answering. So am I blocking you? I swear I will right now if you don't answer right now. Okay, blocked. I need weed. I'll buy it. I need it now. I need it now. I need a bean feast. Okay. You have 5 seconds to call me. Okay. I'll be home in a second, he says, or we will break up. No, send a screenshot. I don't believe you. Money is on my TV stand in the living room. I'm not going outside. He says, I'm a finna just throw it in your mailbox real quick. If that's cool, you don't even got to bring bread out. Bro, no, it's cold. Can you just bring it in? He says, dang-ite. She says, Kay, we need to talk. When are you going to be here? And we can tan tomorrow, talk. He says, left it there already. I'm not talking to you unless you're trying to fix this or end this. I'm good. Left it where? I'm saying we need to talk and figure this shite out tomorrow. He says, what shite? Go ask your dad. I threw it on the stand. She says, like, I don't know what's up with you. And is this good weed? He says, yes, it is. He says, what do you mean? And what are you supposing by that? She says, I wasn't even mean earlier and you just tweaked. He says, I was really flustered. And yeah, you were being kind of insensitive. And you weren't being sensitive at all. She says, I really wasn't. I asked if you were okay. You ignored me. He says, let me tell you my point of view. I'm rushing through Walmart, didn't grab a cart, just grabbing things in my arms. So I get the line and I don't even put my stuff down yet. And you start texting me and then start calling me, telling me you want to go to Florida. And that's a big decision for me because I'd assume I'd be paying for everything. And to book a flight in a day, we'd probably pay $1,000 for a ticket as opposed to 200 to 300. So I just wanted to get off the phone so I can at least think and check out. And for real, meanwhile, I'm stressed out more than ever about money because I have to support myself. And now I'm going to have to support my mom because I'm not going to let her work till she's dead for Topher. So kind of in a pickle. The last thing I'm thinking about is blowing racks on a vacation and not even getting a good deal. And then on top of all of that, you get mad at me and you start arguing with me when my arms are full of shite in the Walmart line. So you see how that can be frustrating. Then you start texting me, dogging me about Blair just because he agreed with me. And then I dropped it, wanted to go bowling, and you couldn't even give me 2 minutes to talk to my dad, had to text him when 3 times making me think you're trying to text me when 3 times making me think you're trying to piss me off. Then you say you're going to block me. Yeah, I was pretty fed and still am. She says, bro, I just asked when and you got all mad. You were ignoring me, so I block you. You don't seem to care. He says, you didn't seem to care how I felt. She says, why would I ask if I don't care? That doesn't even make sense, Kenzie. Learn how to write. Sorry. He says, when I told you how you were being insensitive, you didn't even answer. She says, like, and a bunch of question marks. He says, so when you wanted to block me, I was like, Ite, F, if she don't care then. She says, why did you say no on my story? He says, 'cause high school is 4 short years of your life. Might as well do it all, unless you can't pass. Babe, she says, I didn't think I'd be able to pass. I think this is my only option. Then do it, he says. I don't know, she says. I'm going online. Question mark. Can we go to Saks? I would start replying if I was you. Maybe we should just break up. I told you I wasn't taking you till you at least try and fix this. Like, maybe we should just break up. Cool, he says. Then I've had it with the threats and the disrespect. When you want to try to change, you can be with me, but right now, you're not. You're not you. She says, so are you breaking up with me? Just let me know. He says, no, I'm not going to talk to you. At least, I'm not going to talk to you till you at least agree to try and be more considerate of other people's feelings. And if you don't want to do that and break up with me, you can. She says, I didn't do shite, and I'm not talking about shite. And if we're talking about anything, it's about your shitey arse attitude and how you've been acting like a complete R word for like 4 months. So pick your effing poison because I'm over everything that you effing do. Like you would think you're being together. Like you would think after being together for 3 years, you would know what to not do yet. You literally do it and it's effing stupid and slow, like get it together. Pick your effing poison. I'm done today. He says, see, and there you just try and put the attention on me. Like, to be honest, babe, you need to see a therapist. She says, I don't give an F. I didn't do anything. Shove it up your a-hole. After you, maybe when you cure your bipolar, I'll go to the therapist. He says, we'll both go. She says, so pick your effing poison because I'm done today. I'm okay. You're either going to treat me how I effing want to, or you're going to be single. It's not that hard. He says, cause for real, you don't realize what you do. She says, I don't care. He says, I don't get treated how I want. When I get treated how I want, I'll treat you how you want. She says, what? Because I don't effing have sex with you or do something to you? So then he says, but for real, it's like you don't have compassion or feelings anymore. She says, then break up with me. You're just mean and threaten to break up with me, he says. She says, it's almost like you don't have compassion or feelings when you F both of my best friends. It's kind of hard to like have feelings when that happened to you, and you're just slow and do things like I repeatedly tell you not to do. Your point? He says, that was 3 years ago now. She says, thank you for telling me how long it takes to heal my trauma. He says, I've changed. She said, your childhood happened years ago and you still talk about it. So he says, you aren't trying to change for us at all. She says, I don't care if you changed or not. You still do weird shite. Sorry, I have childhood trauma. She says, it's not changing. She says, if anyone's not changing, it's to you, buddy. Are you effing slow? I'm done. Literally, just don't effing text me. You're so effing stupid. Like, just dumb. Just dump me or some shite. He says, I've changed so much for you. She says, I mean, shite. You were literally probably the most grimy piece of shite I've ever met in my whole entire life when I first met you. So that's probably good. And I wouldn't be mad about that. I mean, you can change back and go F Parma biatches and biatches with STDs. I'm fine with that. He says, I'm for real. Commitment forever. I'm the most loyal person you'll meet. That's why I'm not breaking up with you. She says, yeah, that's definitely a lie. So shove that back up your arse. I know someone who cheated on me multiple times, did not say they are a loyal person. I'm a MFing trophy wife. I have people literally diamond me, begging for me, and proposing to me in my effing TikTok comments. Pick your effing poison. You can make me happy or you can be single. Kenzie, I care way more than you think. You can say that all you want. I'm super sorry, and I really didn't mean those things. I had really bad attachment issues from my childhood, but you have to try and change a little too. I worked out like all my issues that I didn't even know I have, and I really did that all for you. All I ask is that you try to work out some of yours, because for real, your anger problem can't be like this forever. Pick what you want to do, but I'll never leave you, Kenzie. I'm just going to give you the option. But after what happened yesterday, and you didn't even say sorry, it makes me feel like you don't even care about me. She says, I need a bottle for tonight. I swear I'm not playing this game. You're going to text me back fast, or we're not going to be a relationship. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You just threatened me, he says. You can't go a day without threatening me to break up with me. As much stress as I have. Why? What do you need a bottle for? She says, I threaten you because you don't effing listen. I'm hanging out with all my friends tonight and we're drinking and playing games at my house. So I needed it. Does it matter why effing need it? Question marks. Like, we're not going to play the slow answering game. I don't do that shite. Why can't your mom get you one? I asked you, are you trying to like possum effing problems? Because there could be problems. Like, are you okay? What the actual F is wrong with you, acting like you don't want to dress in the new effing, say the stupid replies like that? He says, no, she says, you better get your effing shite together or you will be single. I'm so effing serious. He says, Kenzie, I gave you the option. He says, yet you're still texting me, raging at me, demanding things. She says, if you do not answer me fast with well thought out replies, you will be single. And I'm telling you that right now. Then she says, so effing figure it out. He says, that's another threat. You're not going to do that. That's why I'm distancing myself. Like I'm giving you the choice to try and be better, and you're just threatening me, demanding things. She says, you are the most dumb MFer I ever met. I need the bottle in a couple of hours. Just drop it off. You can be with a Parma biatch or a biatch like me. You need to figure that out today. Because if this problem is not resolved today, then I'm breaking up with you. And I don't even care at this point. I don't need anybody. He says, to be honest, I really don't care if you'd leave me like that. You never deserved me in the first place. I'm giving you the option to show you care. And right now you're showing me you don't care. And all I have gotten is threats and demands. She says, are you acting like you care? I'm telling you now, if you do not fix how you're talking to me right now, I'm going to block you and our relationship will not be a thing tomorrow. And I'm so effing serious. I'm feeling you, I'm telling you, I have famous people. She has famous people in her DMs and she has famous people sliding into her DMs, right? And people proposing to her in her TikTok. Oh my goodness, Scooter, maybe she has those guys. Don't play this game with me. I will win. 5 minutes to answer. Okay, Kenzie, he says, I really don't care who's in your DMs. Our relationship can start changing right now, and you can get this ring on your finger, and we can be happy together, or you can just break up with me. She says, you're not going to change. You're just going to give the same dry replies and act all dead. Like, you don't even give off colorful vibes. You just give up gray. It's almost like you don't even have a personality. It's just so weird and trap. That can't be all to you. He says, okay, or just be mean to me more. She says, you are literally the most dry F I've ever met. I'm blocking you. Like you're trying to resolve problems and you say that you're dumb as shite. Like maybe when the light bulb turns on in your head, we can be in a relationship. This is your last chance to reply right. And he says, I'm ready to resolve things. I've been waiting on you. You're literally threatening me again. He says, like I'm barely asking shite from you. She says, you have 10 minutes to come here and talk because clearly your effing head is an understanding anything, isn't understanding anything that's going on in these text messages. And if you're not here in 10 minutes, I'm just going to block you and we'll just be done because clearly you don't care. He says, okay, I'm eating right now. Give me a second. I'll be on the way. She says, timer starts now. He says, you got to chill with the threats. I'll be there though. She says, we done. He says, I'm taking my own life. I can't take it. She says, okay, I'll just call 911 to your house right now. He says, you are for real making me go crazy. Why are you doing this? Why are we done? You're so terrible. She says, why did you just leave in the middle of a conversation? Did you say sorry to my mom? What should I say? She says, sorry. He says, okay. She says, what a great start with the replies. Like after we literally had this conversation is not even 1 minute ago, and you gave a dry reply, 2 of them. And then she says, I texted her real quick. That's what I was trying to do. Excuse me. He says, I texted her real quick. That's what I was trying to do. You shouldn't have made a big deal. Now I'm embarrassed. That was him talking. She says, it's very traumatizing for somebody's daughter's boyfriend to go in the bathroom and try to take his life. It's not rude. He says, I wasn't trying to take my life. You were making me wig out and not letting me leave. I'll just talk to you later. He says, what? I'm for real, not good right now with everything going on. And I'm like embarrassed because I started tweaking. She says, you can come back tonight if you can be chill and we can just watch movies and smoke Blair's blunts. He says, I kind of want to go to Joey's. Kyle and Blair and Malcolm are going. She says, can me and Kendra come? And Hope and Tess? He says, I don't know. I'll ask. She says, well, you're not going if I'm not. So let me know. He says, he booked it in the Straight Hood. She says, we want to go. He says, we can go. She says, okay, yay. He says, I almost want to bring the pole. It's off St. Clair. She says, okay, I'm down. Then she says, we eating right now, then we can go. He says, I never to eat, then I'm down. Then he says, probably should go yet on Joey's story. It's just Carl and Davion. She says, LOL, we'll go later. He says, it's in the hood, though. I don't want to pull up to Kate. Then what, she says. He said, well, it depends where we park. Kyle's leaving at 8:30 probably. Just go then. She says, okay. Carl's story. I feel bad. Question marks. Remember, reply fast. He says, it's been 6 minutes, babe. She says, and I'm bringing back calamari. He says, I had to come next door to grab some food and stuff for the party. She says, I can't eat it. What food for right now and liquor? Well, food for right now and liquor for the party. Are you driving? She says. From where? He said. Rosewood, she said. He said, no, I'm at my mom's. She says, I'm there with Kendra to the party. Are you driving to the party? I don't want to. He says, oh, no. Can you drive? We shouldn't take my car. She says, fine. On the way home. Come. He says, I'm trying to think what to do because I'm sketched bringing y'all to the hood. I want to bring a pole or swoop wheel with the pole. Figure it out and let me know, please. I got you, he says. I'm home, she says. Are we going? He says, I don't know, Kenzie. It doesn't seem like anyone's there. And it's on St. Clair Avenue, and that's the worst street on the east side. It's 8 minutes from Will's mom's. WTF, she says. He says, I don't know if it's worth going. She says, what is wrong with Joey? Well, you can just come here and we can all smoke and watch movies. Tell Jared to come too. LOL. He says, if we got to worry about people getting active, I don't know. Jared's car needs work and he has no car. Why? What? She says. He says, I'm talking to my dad. Shooting. FaceTime, she says. 1 sec. Was talking to my dad, he said. About to walk next door real quick. Kyle said he's there and is not sus if you want to go. He said, really no one there, but more people coming. I'm about to go slump. Are you even up? I need a box, she says. You want to get a petty? Yes. Right now? I was going to go do my nail myself. Whenever they do gel, it always just comes off, so I might as well just get a clear coat. But I'm down to go. Let me know. He says, can I do couple sales? She says, bro. She says, why would you ask me to go then ask to do sales? I'm going to be busy later today and at 4. He says, yeah, we could probably go now then. She says, I need a box of cards though. Can come get me. What place you want to go to? He says, I don't know what one. You think I'm not going to know? She says, pure or number 1 or a new place. He says, here. And they start playing cup pong. Then she says, LOL. He says, sheep. She says, bottle. He says, I'll be dropping it here shortly. She says, okay, I'm going to the mall real quick. He says, when will you be back? If you're not there, should I just drop it off? He says. She says, babe, I was just getting followed. What do you mean? How? He says. She says, are you going to the party? He said, I'm stopping by. There's no one there again. Me and Blair for real. Gonna just use the Wi-Fi for our trap phones. Why are you stopping there? She says. He says, because I had to bring Will Budd on the east side, and I got some joggers and hoodies from the clothes girl. Babe, she says, I need weed. Drop it before you go. Weed. He says, I'm texting Kyle. If he's at Schumer, maybe he can do me the favor. If not, I'll be back in a bit. She says, okay, is it lit? He says, no, not at all. Just me and Will, Blair, and Joey. Well, Joey left the room, so now it's just us. She says, how's the room? Party. Carl is inviting Nat. He says, it was shitey. She says, did you leave? He said, but if y'all pull, I'll pull back with you. I was only coming back to give you weed. She says he's texting, not inviting her to the party, and Natalie asked to send a video, and now he's not answering. How many people here? LOL. At first, it was just like Joey, Damien, George, Carl, and then, but people started coming in as we left. Is there a lot? Should we go? Want to drive us? He says bunch of fat girls came, so me and Blair decided we was out. LMFAO, no. I took a couple shoes already. Blair is driving. Okay, so is it lame or no? Yeah, probably kind of lame. Okay, so we shouldn't pull up. You guys come hang with us if you want. Yeah, it's not worth going to the roof. Blair has to go home, he says. She says, you can. He says, word, it'll probably be like 40 minutes. We just dropped Will at his hotel. She says, LOL, can we smoke a wood? He says, yeah, I got woods in a bag on me. He says, should I just get dropped? She says, maybe don't come. Let me ask them. I want you to hold on. Let me know, he says. She says, want to go to Saks tomorrow? I want that sweater. I stole a $90 hoodie from PacSun. Yes, we can. Did you know how much it is ID? I don't know. I have that card. The card has 600 on it. What sweater is it? I can look it up. She says, I don't know. Then she says, it's Margiela. I think. Then he says, I told her how to get it out. When? Question marks, question marks, question marks, question marks. Bro, answer right now. What? I said I told her what to do. Why are you saying when I already told her? What did you say to her? Dom, I'd fix your replies like dead arse. He says it should come right out if you heavy damp a washcloth, then just put it over the resin spot and put a hot iron to the cloth. It should all soak into the washcloth. You didn't see that. That's what I texted her. Buy the leggings, please. My mom's just gonna ruin it. And she's not letting me buy another pair. Let me try and fix them first. I think I can get it all out. She says, should I not even let my mom try and mess it up? Or should I just give it to you? Answer now. Please, just buy me a new pairs are going to be sold out. Bro, you have like 3 seconds to reply. He said, I'm texting her. How much are they? $60, she said. Do we have to take them out right now? It's better than $90 Lululemon leggings. The F. My mom said you shouldn't do it. You're going to take. My mom said you shouldn't do it if you're going to take to get here. Should. Like WTF. Will it stain and soak it? My mom is saying you should just do it. Answer, bro. Okay, I got you. What do you mean I got you? Like, Dom says, I'm going to probably do the iron thing and put less oil on it. It should all come out. OMG. If this ruins my pants, I'm seriously going to freak out. My mom is effing slow. Please, can we get your house together? Like, I can't do this shite. She's so unhelpful. So, bro, I F know why you're not replying. Those pants are only $60. We'll try to fix them. If we can't totally fix it, I will get you another pair. Don't worry too hard, babe. It's okay. She says, I'm for real about to cry. I wear those every day. He says, let me see if Google has any better ideas before I do my iron thing. Come over. They still here, but come with weed and help me fix. When they leave, we can go to the mall, then watch Euphoria. I just got up, so could I get dressed, grab the last oil, come over, do that real quick, then come back to my house and shower? About to come do that real quick. Just getting my car pre-started. Dang. Never mind, I gotta shovel my driveway and clean my windshield. Come, please. Hot water, microwave water. Can you pick me up? I don't have a snow brush and I can't find my broom or shovel. And listen to this. When I got out of the bathroom, my phone just turned back on with 1%. Let me know because I want to get in the shower. Babe, Want to get breakfast with us? Babe, bro, like, turn your ringer on. Why is this so complicated and hard for you to do? Like, if you're almost deaf, your ringer needs to be on common sense. You hear Bradbury or Blair calling from a mile away. Bro, he says, I was in the shower, babe. She says, babe, you can hear it. I know you can. He says, I actually didn't even. If I didn't, I probably wouldn't answer it in the shower. For real, it's too far to reach. I can get you, she says. Are you coming? Yes or no? He says, are you going? I need a second. She says, like, about to leave in a second. Where are you all going? Jennifer, she says, are you ready? Yeah, I'm outside. Okay, we're about to come. I need to shovel bad. I need a virus brush. Oops. What? On the way. Is this your driveway? Is your driveway to F to pull in? Honestly, you could pull in. Is 2F to walk through, though? Yes. If you don't want to pull in, just go without. I'm not trying to walk through all that. Here, 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 she says. Coming, he says. Do you still want me to come? Later. When? Why your replies are so bad? I can't believe you, he says, and you haven't texted me for over an hour. Those are long as F. Come over, she says. Give me a second. Bring weed, she says. I got you, he says. Come, I'm for real, mad. About what? Why? None have rides home, she says. Like how? You drove every single person home? Did they throw you some gas money? No, she said. I didn't. Who all did you drive? No one. Oh, is everyone still there? I can find my keys once I do. I'm a brush off my car and come. Let me know when to put the stakes out. Put them out. I'm about to come, he says. She says, I'm about to drive them home. And they were out of LA, so they got some weird shite. So hopefully they're good. Fillets. Just come now, though. I'll be back in like 20. Okay, bet. I'm so pissed. Is a sirloin good? To be honest, I don't know. I've never cooked one. I can do cream sauce with it for real. I'm good. I'm gonna freak. Like, tell my mom. Who all you driving home? I might just come back. Right now, she says. Nat, Tess, tell her I'm a freak, she says. Why? What should I tell her? He says. Freak. I feel bad. They're already bought the steaks. I can't make steaks with that. Tell. OMH. I can cook them, just no cream sauce. What's the point? Like, question marks. I'm for real gonna freak out. OMG. You text her. I don't know what to say. Bro, I'm driving. I thought you'd voice it, but I'm good. You? So you only want steaks if they have cream sauce? Question mark. Bro, I wanted your steaks. All I wanted. I'm sorry, babe. I wish I knew that they had no fillets. I would have figured something else out. I could probably cook it with a ribeye. Maybe not the same, but similar. I'm for real gonna freak out, she says. Could I do a butter sauce, he says. Can't promise how good it'll be because I never cook a sirloin. Actually, I can cook it good, but a sirloin is a fillet. But like a sirloin is a fillet, it's a sirloin, not as much marbling or fat. It's gone. Home, she says, on the way home. He says, what do you want to do about food? Do you want me to come and cook the sirloins? I don't know, she says. I'm upset. FaceTime me. You're at my house. Bring weed. Yes or no? You there? Did you try it? Do you want me just to come up? Let me know, babe. Look what I just found on Depop, she says. Bro, the beginning of that episode with Nate was Nate's dad. Hit me up. Him when he was young, she says. Oh, when he found out he was gay, he says. Dang, and he already met Nate's mom and got her pregnant? I know, she says. All the people on that show so relatable. That's why it's such a good show. Want to start planning spring break? Sure. Who's going and where in Florida? Tess and Nat so far? Question mark. Might need to talk about some shite first. Like what, she says, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, WTF. Oh, didn't get your one message. You need to help me understand some shite, question marks. What the F are you talking about? Why are you mad? Because being weird AF for no reason. Now, what are you talking about? Answer. He says, I asked if you could talk to you about something, but it seems like you're just mad, so never mind. I'll talk to you about it later. She says, I'm asking, what are we talking about? It's making me mad. You're not telling me. Like, are you okay? He says, I don't want to tell you. I'd rather just talk to you. What is it about? I swear. You swear why? What? Dom, I would start texting right now unless you want problems, she said, because you're acting weird as F. I would start typing. He says, I'm not. She says, like right now. He says, you're also acting heated as F. She says, I would start explaining right now. He says, I ain't gonna try to talk to you when you mad. She says, because you're not telling me after I asked 790 times. And then she says, or we will not talk. He says, okay, fine, I'm good. We won't talk. She says, like, this isn't going to happen. You're not going to tell me you need to talk and then not tell me. Yeah, we not okay. Text me when you're effing normal, maybe. Then he says, well, I wanted to talk in person, but you don't want to. And you're heated, so I ain't going to try talking to you about anything. What are you doing right now? She says, here, call me, I'll tell you. Okay, cool, she says. Oh, hold on a minute. He said, call me, I'll tell. Hold on a minute. I want to make sure of that. He was saying, are you heated? So I ain't going to try to talk to you about anything. What are you doing right now? This is all Dom. Here, call me, I'll tell you. Question mark. Now comes Kenzie. Okay, cool. He says, like, I just want to understand why you post like that. Like, I know, look cute, but I feel like you can still look cute without posting as provocative. Like, I for real just want to understand. And then he says every other dude would be coming at you aggressive as F2. For real, I'm being cool. And he says, and you're being immature by just hanging up on me. She says, you sounded secure. Text me when you grow some balls. Then she says, sound insecure. And she says, nah, cause I'm a trying to be like misogynistic, or he says, nah, cause I'm not trying to be like misogynistic or some shite. Then he says, yeah, other dudes would be way more insecure than me. And he says, like, what makes you want to post that though, for real? Why can't you answer that question? Excuse me. She says, I thought, whatever the F I want, I don't need nobody's opinion except my own. Now get the F out of my business. I post. It's literally a trend to post in the bikini. Look at Kendall Jenner's Instagram, you effing weirdo. Stop trying to sexualize me. He says, but what makes you want to post it? She says, I can post whatever the F I wanna. Leave me alone. Stop being a effing biatch, or you can be single. If you can't handle the bad biatch, then effing leave. I don't care. Like, what the F? Don't try to make me insecure because you are. You were doing so good this morning to like, what the F? He says, Kendall Jenner gets paid to post that. And she's a thought anyway. She says, I honestly could give two Fs. I'm going to post whatever I want. He says, but like, why do you post it? I still don't get it. She says, you've said that before, because it's cute. That's all I've got. And she says, I like the pictures, so I post it. So you really can't understand that you need mental help because you sound dumb as F. I will block you, she says. Then he says, yeah, but how do you think other people view our relationship then? Kenzie says, I thought you were all about what it is to us. Literally, stop being an effing hypocrite and get the F out of my text. He says, how am I being a hypocrite? So you like the picture and that's the only reason you posted. There's no other pictures you like. And you don't think about how other people would view our relationship from it, he says. She says, I don't really care what other people think about our relationship. He says, so why did you post it? What makes you post that and not another photo? But you can't take on in a different position one. You can't take one in a different position, he says. Kendall Jenner's isn't even in that position. Let me see how many save are in that picture, because you know it ain't girls saving it, he says. It's kind of weird. You really can't answer these questions. Good. Then question mark. And she says, comments of the post. He says the comments are the same in about every post. So why that one in that position? Because if you posted a different one, all the same people would still comment. Then he says, you took an hour to say the comments. I thought before it was because you liked them. Kendall Jenner's isn't even in that position, he says, question mark. So where do I find out why girls post like that then? Are the same girls who are friends with you are going to comment no matter what? So whack, for real. I'm good. I'll ask someone else why girls post like that, and let's see what they say. She says, I honestly don't really care that much. Stop texting me. You're being annoying. On Friday. Okay, hang on a minute. 110. Okay, let's see now what's going on here. Yeah, she used everything against him and twisted everything around. Just Pepper said, hi, Just Pepper. Hey, Serenity Track. Hi, Bucky Ann. Mike C. She was blackmailing him to stay in the relationship. She sure was. Sure was. Serenity Trunk said, he's smart and she hates it. Lisa Dameron is agreeing with Mike C. Bucky Ann said, he said he was gonna buffering. Why is it buffering? Is it buffering for anybody else? I don't know. It is buffering. What's going on? Let me go to my Streamlabs. Why is it buffering? Hold on a minute. That's weird. Why is it buffering? Oh, now I think it's better. Is it buffering? It is? Is it back now, Serenity? Is it not buffering? It was, okay. You know what? There's been a lot of that going on YouTube today. I think it's fixed now, right? Hopefully you can see me. It did for only a second though. Okay, Stacy, hopefully it's back up. I've seen lots of StreamYard people having buffering. Petunia, I use Streamlabs, so I think it's more probably something in the YouTubes. All good now? Good, better now. It's okay now. Okay. It was scary for a minute. And our numbers were really weird. Like, I think probably a lot of people checked out to go, it's so weird because I think a lot of people jumped out and came back in because our numbers went down like 30 and then came right back up. You see? So weird. Okay, let's keep going. Questioned. I honestly don't really care that much. Stop texting me. Then he says, I'm being annoying on Friday. She says, sure. He says, dry as F. She says, yeah. She says, you get dry when you're insecure. Real men support their woman. He says, I'm not insecure. You're immature as F for not understanding. And then he says, I'm not mad at the picture. I like the picture. I'm confused at why you post it though. And I'm mad at how it makes our relationship look and how people see you. He says, no one really needs to see you like that but me. She says, I'm allowed to post whatever the F I want. He says, all I've made is valid points and you just say some dumb shite. She says, your points are only valid in your head. Natalie and Tess are laughing at you. He says, LOL, all my friends are saying, you're posting like a thought. He says, so it's good. All the dudes think you're a thought. She says, I don't care. Then she says, send this to them. And she says, I have hella saves on everything. If you don't want a hot girlfriend, go back to Parma where your access from. I think she means your ex is from. Ite, he says, go get your attention. It's whatever. I don't think I see none of your friends post that bad, and they all single too. I have never seen a dude's girlfriend post like that, he says, and you can barely even tell me why you post like that. She says, I told you 7 times. He says, yeah, took you hours too. He says, if a guy cares about you, he's going to get upset over stuff like that. If you don't like that, go be with some hoe. Then she shows something on Depop. He says, Depop is not trusted enough to buy those from there She says, I want them. And I'd be like, go tell one guy that saved your picture to go buy them for you then. Okay, that's what I would tell her. She says, I showed everybody in my cosmetology class that picture of you, and they all laughed, by the way. Then she says, I thought I'd let you know since you care about what people think. She said, he a actual disgusting pig. He says, I'm just trying to show you double standards. She says, no wonder you never had a girlfriend. You just make women insecure. I would apologize. Are breaking it up. She says, I am dead arse effing serious. He says, Kenzie, I asked every valid person possible, and they all said they'd never let their girl post like that. She says, I would apologize or we're breaking up. He says, about what? She says, and I'll just sell all the designer you got me. He says, are you going to apologize? She says, I would apologize or we're breaking up. You have 5 effing seconds. I would apologize right now or you're gonna be single. He says, Kenzie, I'm sorry. I make you feel insecure. She said, I also need apologies from Kyle and B. Why from them? He says, you don't make me feel insecure at all. It's more for you. If you don't apologize to me right now, we are breaking up. I don't want to have to do this, but I will. This is not how a relationship works. If you don't apologize right now, I will break up with you right now. Kenzie, you can't hold me to different standards than you. I would apologize right now. This is your last chance. Last chance. This reply is critical. Oh, last effing chance. I'll apologize, but you have to apologize too, he said. Do you want to fix this? Because I'm blocking you in 5 seconds. I'm giving you over 10 chances to apologize. If you do not start typing a well thought out apology, we're effing done. Like, if your next reply isn't a paragraph apology, I'm breaking up with you. How much you want to bet she doesn't? Okay, he says, but after I apologize, I'm going to ask you a couple questions though. We done. Yeah, I bet you're not. I was just typing my apology, but I'm good. You never deserved me anyway. You had like 10 chances and you still haven't typed the apology. Still, like you're still not typing it right now. I don't know what exactly I'm apologizing for, to be honest. So yeah, we done. Maybe you can go test out Hannah's open F, your P again. It will probably feel really nice like the old days. Yeah, we're effing done. You're effing dumb arse. This is not how a relationship works. You don't try to make me feel shite because you're insecure. He says, I'm sorry I made you feel that way. I was just trying to show you double standards. She says, last effing chance, because I will actually come to your house and break all your windows in with a bat, and we will also break up. Wow. Let's read that again. Kenzie says, because I will actually come to your house and break all your windows in with a bat, and we will also break up. What a sweet girl. She's a keeper. She's a real keeper. He says, I was trying to prove a point, like this shouldn't make our relationship end. She says, you have 5 minutes. If you do not start typing right now, honestly, I'll just call the police to your house. So start typing. Start typing. Help me understand so I can understand you and apologize, he says. She says, start typing right now. He says, because I still don't get it. She says, I would start typing right now. You're not realizing you're actually going to be single. He says, I'm said I was sorry, but I for real don't get it. Like, why can't you show me? Are you for real? She said. Like, are you seriously not typing an apology right now? I'm throwing all your shite in the snow. You can come get it. It will probably be ruined, though. If you expect to go anywhere with me or get anywhere with me, I need a handwritten apology now. I don't like disgusting pigmen. You're effing repulsive. He says, all I tried to do was show you that you can have different standards for each other. She says, all your stuff is outside. I'm literally serious. And you still haven't apologized. Like, we're done. She says, no, you can actually go be yourself now. He says, I'm sorry, I love you. She says, you can go F all the biatches again, like how you used to be. He said, I only do all this because I care. She says, no, we are done. He says, but okay, fine, bye. No. He says, a man who cares will act the same, but I'm good. You don't want me to care. She says, you are literally a disgusting effing pig. You don't even try. You just push all your insecurities on me because you are literally the worst thing that has happened. I gave you over 20 chances to type an apology and you still have not. He says, I would never say those mean things to you. And she says, you realize I'm just going to go get a sugar daddy and start selling feet pics. And I'm going to be doing just fine. So this is really your last chance to handwrite me an apology or fix this, or we're really done. I'm giving you 10 minutes starting now. Oh, he says, okay, go get some fake love. That's short-lived. She says, remember, this is your life because I will also call the police. He says, like that, so gross. She says, 10 minutes starting now. He goes, a sugar daddy? I don't get how you've come to this. I really do love you. I don't care how tough or relationship is. I'm committed right now. You can go throw that away for some fake love. She says, I don't see you typing a paragraph long apology right now. I'm serious. You only have 5 minutes left till you're single. He says, or some people who just want you to F. She says, do you have 5 minutes left? I would start writing the apology. He says, but I'll be here forever if you left me. She says, I would start typing right now. 5 minutes left. He says, I don't know exactly what I'd be sorry for besides posting and being a D, but I was trying to prove a point, and any other dude would be just as mad as me, babe. But I'm like telling you, no one is going to be by your side or have your back like me. No one would do the things that I do for you. I want to give you the whole world. She says, you have 3 minutes left to apologize. This is not looking good. He says, I don't know what exactly to apologize about, and I still don't think you're seeing my point of view. But I'm sorry, Kenzie. I love you, and I don't want to offend you or upset you or make you feel insecure or any of that. I just wanted you to see my point of view. I only make that big of a deal because that's how much I care. When I was your age, I probably wouldn't have gave a shite. And I'm going to say it again. I don't care how toxic our relationship is. I'm still always be there for you. I don't know normal love. My whole family, toxic. We can be toxic forever. I don't give an F. I'd just rather know I have someone by me through thick and thin, 'cause if my mom goes, I have nothing. I don't trust Angelo or Toph or my dad or anyone. I trust you and my mom, so play as you choose. Just know I care. She says, you're really gonna make me do this, huh? Like, all about pointless typing. And you still didn't apologize. He says, all that pointless? How? She says, yeah, I don't know if we can be cool or okay or anything after what you just put me through. He says, why? How? She says, I don't give an F. If I'm not seeing you point of view, I don't give an F. If you love me or if you don't love me, as soon as you comment on something I'm doing and post your literal P on your man snap story, there's a problem. You're going to post a picture of me on your main Snapchat right now, and you're also going to apologize publicly. I also need an apology from Kyle and B because they are not allowed to come anywhere near me or I will stab them. And I'm so serious. So you can be single or you can cooperate since you're still immature enough to not put the puzzle pieces together and figure out how to make things better yourself. So I would start typing right now. He says, I just pulled up. You want to talk in person? Question mark. No, she says. She says, I would post on your story right now and start typing. A public apology and a picture of me. He says, if you take down your pic, I'll do all that. She says, I will literally crumble the J up and throw out all of your clothes outside, throw all of your clothes outside, and you will be single. So it's really your choice. You're already half single right now. He says, let me in, babe. Just let me in. Leave, she said. Now. Leave. Leave my house. You didn't apologize or do anything I said. We are not good. Let me in to talk, he said. She says, I'm okay. He says, just do it. She says, do what I said first. Come on, no hurt in it. She says, get the F out until you do any of this. He says, just talk to me. What do you mean apologize publicly? She said, if none of this happens in 20 minutes, we're done. I'm dead arse. He says, if you feel like you're going to break up with me anyway, so just talk to me. Actually, I don't know. Just talk to me so we can figure shit out. Come on, let's just talk. Smoke a bong or something. Timer started. You don't get it. Don't get it. Who cares? We both don't get it, he says. 3:30, she says. So we can help each other understand, though. She says, I'm waiting on Snap. Let me in, he says. I'll probably do all that shite then you want me to. She said, I'm going to throw all your shite out the window. I thought she already did. She's a liar, a manipulator. I would start typing and posting. Just let me in, babe. It don't got to be like this. You could be typing right now and posting the public apology and a pic of me. Nah, this isn't right. I'm gonna talk to you first. Leave my house, she says, or I'll call my dad. You have 10 minutes left. And all you have to do is post. Nah, talk to me. Talk to me first, he says. She says, do I really have to just break up with you? I think it's time. Post it or we're done. He says, on fine answer. One question for me, though. No, you got to answer it first. No point of me doing anything if you don't answer. I'm good. I'm about to leave. I'm giving you one last chance to talk to me or I'm gone. I'm good. Let me know in 1 minute or I'm gone. So we done, she says. You really are not going to post a picture of me and a public apology. He says, you wouldn't talk to me. It's too late now. Okay, you're single. We should have just talked real quick. All you had to do is post. You just lost the best thing that ever happened to you. He said, all you had to do was talk to me. She says, you may have money, but you're going to be depressed and never find anyone like me. And remember, I'm spiritual. He says, I hope I don't have to find anyone else. She said, I told you, you have till 3:30 to post or you're single. You left, so your time is up. This is your fault. He said, you didn't talk to me. I said, I do all that. You talk to me, babe. She says, this is not how it works. You have 7 minutes. He says, I have the right to talk to you for real. Not like you talk to me, babe. Okay, I'm just going to throw your shite out. I'll text Hannah for you. I don't care at this point if you do all that. You don't, all that. You don't love me. I love you, and I never stop trying as long as you're trying. But I have to give the effort first time. I don't think you love me. If you can't even talk to me, too. She says, if you don't post your story, you will never see me again. I will become your worst nightmare, so I would post right now. You have to talk to me, he says, like, you need to realize you are about to not have a girlfriend, she says. Your girlfriend of 3 years is about to break up with you, like you are single right now. You do not have a girlfriend right now, like our anniversary is over. You need to figure this out because this is your life that you're playing with. I am the one that's 17. You're forgetting that you're an adult. So pick your effing point. If I was you, she said, I would post, do you have 2 minutes? Because I'm blocking you if you don't. I would post because I'm blocking you at 3:30 and your stuff is about to go. In IUT. You won't even talk to me. I'm literally about to throw all your stuff outside. You have 1 minute. I will talk to you after you post it if it's good. He says, no, you talk to me first. She said, but I'm seriously throwing your shite out the window right now. Don't be mad if it has paint all over it. And he says, because I don't think you're going to do anything to change anything. Like I'll do everything to change anything if you will too. She says, you're getting blocked in 1 minute. You better be posting right now. I'll be waiting. He says, you won't talk to me. She says, 1 minute. He says, you or apologize. She says, and your life is done forever. How is it done? Okay, we're done, she says. I'm just telling you right now, you have a lot of making up to do for this relationship to work. I wouldn't reply and turn it on me at all. Okay, babe. Well, we'll have a convo when it's convenient. I love you. Why is it not convenient right now? She says, talk in person. When, she says. Well, we could have talked a lot when I was at your house, he says. I'm good probably tomorrow. She says, there's no food. And Kenzie says, can you make me steaks right now? Like there's no food in my house. He says, yeah, can you come to grab them in a sec? This is crazy how it just goes like that. Isn't it crazy how they go and then they're just not doing it anymore? It's crazy. I feel like I'm going to puke, she says. I haven't ate in 3 days. Yeah, I'm sure you haven't. Okay. Question marks. I got you. Let me get dressed and I'll go. She says, I can come in the car. Yay. Hurry. Yeah, my bad. I had to get my underwear out of the dryer. About to be on my way now. Bro. Question marks. I'm like, here. She's posting clothing for him to buy for her. If you don't make this up to me, oh my gosh, she's right back on it again. If you don't make this up to me by the end of the day, by the end of today, we are breaking up for good, she says. How do I make it up? I said I'm sorry, and I'll get it. I'm also not texting you until this is fixed, she said. You're a literal joke. I'm also not telling you how to fix it. You're a big boy. You can use your small little brain and figure it out yourself. I would reply if I were you, because when I'm saying you're going to be single by the end of the today, if you do not fix this, I'm serious this time. Clearly, you do not understand how to fix things. You just say you're going to change, and then you do not do it because you're mentally ill. You know, we're young. You can do whatever you want to do, he says. People get married at 30. Type shite. I'm taking it too serious. People get married at 30. Type shite. I know you didn't just reply that. Not the relationship. You really just use your strike for the little things. Like you really just said that for me to break up with you, she says. Why didn't you just use your strike for so I could break up with you in person? He says, I'm taking the little things too serious. She says, you should have just said all this dumb shite in person so I could have dumped you in person. He says, like, Kenzie, I love you. You can do whatever you want to do. I'm tripping. Sorry I've been tripping so much. I got a lot going on my head. Let's go to Luca or something. I'm cool. Wait, what? Well, that's fine. She says, yeah, you still need to make it better. It's still not okay. Like, I really hope this is an everyday thing of you being anti-woman. And I never want to see Kyle or Christian again, so you better not be caught then. I'm not anti-woman, he says. I'm more for women than I am for men. I grew up with only my mom in the house. What do you mean? She says, that reply was a joke, right? Like, are you still saying that stupid shite? Literally after your fourth chance, he says, look, let's just not talk right now. It doesn't have to be this deep. We young. She says, look, I would watch what you're saying before you're single. I have a lot on me right now, and I'm really stressed. She says, because you're not at your sixth. You have a lot on you, so you're being anti-woman and mean to your girlfriend. Oh my gosh, this girl. Okay, whatever we are, or whatever we are. He says, let's just talk when it cools down, because for real, I have anxiety about my mom every hour of the day. Sorry, I'm putting it on you. Like, I haven't been chill most of the time anyway. I'm not going to cool down. I'm going to be mad all day, she says. Then she says, just like I've been mad for 4 days because you have ruined my day every single day. He says, so just let me be with you for a little. I won't say nothing to you. She says, you wonder why I don't like men. Like, if this relationship doesn't work, I'm going to be a lesbian. I'm already about to be over this relationship. I would be replying in under 5 seconds. He says, I don't know what to say to that. I'm sorry, babe, I love you. My heart just feels broken, he says. I feel the way I do about stuff, and then I just don't think about it because everyone else feels that way. I'm good. She says, now you know how I felt when you cheated on me with my best friend both times. And she says, when did you start caring what other people think so much? You used to never. And You're acting like you don't love me. You're acting like I'm some sort of toy and you have full control of me. And that's not how it works. Honestly, I would start figuring out how to make this better right now. He says, no, I don't. I never act like you are a toy. I'm not that person. I don't know how to prove it to you. And he says, but like, I would be cool with whatever. Back then, open relationship, whatever, but I really wasn't emotionally educated. I used to think love was just an insecurity and you only need it if you're insecure, but that's wrong. I used to think sex was just busting us something and making kids, but that's wrong. So I started thinking the other way, that sex shouldn't be shared, but should be a private emotional connection between two people who love each other. And I'd never do any of that to anyone again, ever. I don't think I'd be with you now then. I thought when I was 18, I'd get in trouble. I thought high school relationships could never last and that there's no chance. She said, if you thought you would get in trouble when you're 18, why would you try to F Ava Russell before you turn 18? He said, I thought I'd get in trouble being in a relationship with you when I was 18. I did all that shite when I was 17. I don't know what I was doing. I had a bunch of girls trying to get with me. I thought I'd just never see anyone again and it'd be no harm. Like, I'm sorry I was that person then, but I'll never be that person again. Still did it, she says. I just want you to be able to be with the future me. I want to be able to be with the future Kenzie. I'm still a work in progress, he said. I keep changing as a person too much. To share, I don't know who I was 2 years ago, but that's how it's been my life. As long as you treat me good, support what I do, this is Kenzie now, be there for me whenever I need, make me a stay-at-home wife, and spoil me, I can be the perfect girlfriend. But until then, I'ma match your energy. He says, Kenzie, I want to do all that for you and more. Like, I want to spoil you, and we make my house our home. Like, I'm only 20 and we can run off and do things people probably couldn't do till their 30s. Just give me a little time. And the only thing I'm really going to ask from you is to have conversations respectfully and try not to bring up the old me, because that's not me at all anymore. Question mark. She says, I'm allowed to bring out my trauma. Then he says, well, how can we figure this out, babe? Because I don't want to pretend that's still me. She says, I don't know. I feel like you still are like that a little bit. He says, Kenzie, we haven't had sex in a year. Do you think I'd cheat on you again? He says, I don't care about sex unless it's someone I love. I don't give no other girl affection besides you. That's why I don't like the thought of you giving your time and affection to anyone else so much right now is because I actually care. Like, sorry, I trip about shite, but I just care. I used to think I'd never have kids, have a house. I used to give myself comfort in taking my own life. Like, if anything went wrong, I'd just take my own life. I used to not care about anything because I thought at the end of the day I could just rely on that. Probably because my dad used to tell me that he felt like that when I was a little kid. Whatever. Don't answer. If you want, we're still young and figuring ourselves out, and I'm willing to hang around till then. Sorry, I'm effed up in the head. She says, it's fake affection for money, for us, and I never actually did it. If you did, though, It'd hurt me, babe, because I want to be the one to do everything for you, he says. She says, well, I want a lot of things that I don't have a job and my mom doesn't buy me everything. I feel bad asking you for everything. He says, it's going to make me feel worse if you're going to do something for some other dude to buy it for you. I'm so mad. She says, why? He says, I just got glass all in my hand. Call me. How? She says. What are you doing? Nails. Got you. Was going to see if you wanted to slide to the mall. I didn't grab them AF ones yesterday. Oh, true. Yeah, I'm not trying to go to the mall right now. You can come over if you want to, she says. Who's there? He says. Tess, her sister, and Nat. I'll probably just slide to the mall with Blair and grab those kicks. Then we can kick it if you want later, if you want. Do you want to go to town hall? Just to eat or to the club? Let me know when you'd want to go. I'm starving. I might eat something right now. Soon. Me and Kendra are going to Luca tomorrow. Do you want to come with us? Of course, I'm always down to hit Luca. Should I get Sean or someone to go so we can drink? It's for Kendra's birthday. So no, what time we going for food? I asked you a bunch of times so I can be free, he says, but you didn't tell me the exact time. My bad, but I can be back in like 20, I think. Let me see. She says, it's okay. I don't even care. He says, yeah, probably 15. She says, everybody's taking long as F anyway to get ready. He says, well, I'll be back in 15 to 20. If y'all ain't going, if you all ain't gonna be there, then I can go. If y'all ain't go be, then I can go. I don't even know what that doesn't mean. She says, just let me know when you're here because I'll be ready to go whenever. Question marks. Okay, can we take your car? Yeah, my mom's, she says. Can't smoke then, right? We can. I don't care. We just air it out. I'll bring Ozzy, he says. Okay, cool. Where are you at? By Marathon and Sheets, he says. I'm gonna stop at my house and grab Bud, though. Hurry, she says. I got you. Where are you at? She says. Where are you at? At my house, grabbing Money and Bud if you just want to come here. Okay, cool. Bring a blunt. I don't got wraps. Can I bring a J? I can bring the J you left. I'll bring Bud and papers for one on the way back. Okay, cool. That poster girl dressed for Valentine. On the way. He says, let me know when you're here. She says, here, only us. She's showing a bunch of clothes. You just effed up. This is crazy. This is all in the period of like 5 days. We might need to actually break up. You literally do something every day. He says, I didn't do anything. I just got a ride home. Like, how did I do anything? We breaking up, I think. It just feels like the right time to do, she says. He says, I'm not going to pressure my mom into doing anything to the house with everything going on. But okay, Kenzie, break up with me. She says, like, you can't go one day without doing something I told you not to do. He says, what did I do? She says, you literally disrespectful as F for no reason and unhelpful and unreliable. And you make it extremely obvious on what your priorities are, Weed and Blair. He says, Kenzie, you're the only one who has said mean things to anyone. She says, I'm only doing what you guys do, 10 times worse. I'm just matching your energy and my mom's energy. He says, I'm not dealing with this right now. You're just mad and stressed out. She says, since you want to be on her side, you're not being very helpful. If you can see why are you being helpful, being unhelpful as F? Like, Why do you think it's a good idea to leave when your girlfriend is literally having a stress episode? He says, I am being helpful, Kenzie. I've only helped. She says, because you're effing dumb and you don't have a brain. No, you're not. I'm glad you think that, but you're not. So, like, what is wrong with you? He says, Kenzie, sorry, I want to go home and take a shite-in shower and do normal things before the day starts. She says, it's 8 a.m. You could have left at 9 or 10. Instead, you just leave in the middle of me freaking out. Like, we have problems again, and you still haven't made up any of the other times. Like, you're still just being a D. And if you talk to my parents, we will break up. Just letting you know. If you have any conversations with my parents, we will break up. He says, Kenzie, I'm not being a D at all. If anything, I'm a P for how I let you talk to me. LOL. She says, was that a smart reply? I would be replying in 5 seconds. He says, what do you want me to say? Sorry, I'm in the 1% class as a 20-year-old. Maybe I can be in the 1% so I can buy you everything you want. You are so dumb, she says. Like, shite. Is that what you really think it's about? Honestly, just don't text me. Just go put your D in Blair's arse. Text me when you're about to make it up to me and be a good boyfriend. He says, I'm locked out my house. Give me a sec. Do you have your keys? She says. He says, no, they're definitely in your room. I just climbed in the window, though. Honestly, a pain in the arse. Got snow everywhere, and now my pants a little snagged. I'm just going to go to bed, she says. Look, Kenzie, he says, I said I'd do everything you want me to, but changing shite in the house gotta wait a second, 'cause everything's got to go through my mom, and she's super stressed, and I know she's going to get flustered if I ask her about anything big. I already broke the window next door, too. I'm just trying to put the least amount of anything on my mom. So you just can't do anything to your house then she says, so you just can't do anything to your house? It just has to be boring? He says, no, I can, just not right now. She says, like, how is it supposed to be a house if we can't do anything to it? He says, I'm going to remodel a lot of that house. Then she goes, like, I can't even go downstairs in my own house because I hate everyone living in it. I'm trapped in my room all day. No wonder why she effing sleeps all day. He says, well, there's a difference between a house and a rental. And a rental, you can't do shite to the house. You don't have Polaris. No, I don't, she said. No, I do. I don't think I'm going to go, she says. I don't even want to do hair anymore, so I don't even care. Like, WTF? He says she's kind of being a biatch. She always is. And he says, maybe everyone else been lying to her. And she says, so I'm just going to come in today and not wear a mask so she thinks I'm sick. And I'm not sick at all. I just have anxiety and I feel like I'm going to die. You should try to Wim Hof breath or do a tapping meditation to help ease your anxiety. It's been really helping me with everything I got going on, he says. She says, she just wants to die. She says nothing is going to help her. Maybe clothes a little bit. Oh, maybe clothes will help her. Right now, there's nothing to live for or going to the prom with you, but I'm not even going to get a cute dress that I would. He says, life is a blessing, babe. Don't stress. Life has a plan for you. I'm going to help you find a super cute prom dress and I'll match your dress. And then we'll get a dope cabin and party all weekend that week. Okay, she says. do you want to go to Pennsylvania this weekend? He says, yeah, we're in Pennsylvania on what days? She says, we could go Saturday and Sunday in this, if this big arse prom dress, please. He says, what, babe? She says, it's a big arse prom dress place, a whole street of stores. Wow, he said. All stores only hold prom dresses? Yes. Send Addie. I don't know where. Hope does. Do you know what it's called? No. Okay, just try to find where it is at, 'cause Pittsburgh ain't far, but if it's like in Philly, that's far as F. I don't know where. I want to go somewhere designer. He says, if we can buy cash, that'd help a lot too. For real. Why? I'd have to explain on the phone. You wouldn't really get it. I probably only got like a band in my account too. Is it the same as buying a car in cash? I'd need to claim taxes on the money to get the dress, and I can't claim taxes on any money right now. And if I did try to do it through my bank account, I'd get audited by the IRS. I don't know what that is, she's saying. An audit can turn into a tax evasion, which could mean jail time. WTF, she says. He says, yeah, and Joe Biden made it so anything over 600 has to be reported to IRS when it used to be 10K. So I can't even deposit over 600 into my bank without filing a form to the IRS. Dinner tomorrow? Not tonight, she says. She's going to the comedy club for her birthday, but then we're going to dress up really nice and go to Luca tomorrow. I got the days mixed up. Okay, that's fine. Do you know what you're wearing so I can match? Not yet. Them hard, I'd rock them, he says. She says they are only grade school. My friend just got them. That's kind of lit. They always giving kids the better shoes. WTF. I never just opt you on social media. What happened? She said. Dom and his broke friends need help. Delete that. Oh, that's when I was mad. I did. That's not cool. It wasn't cool that you were commenting on my body. I was mad when I posted that, and I'll leave it alone or get over it. The winter, it is in Sharon, PA. He says, I've never commented on your body. Dress place. The winter, it is in Sharon, PA. Okay, let me see. Bet. That's close as F. An hour and 20 minutes. I know. We're going to Mount Union for us, but we can go alone too. I kind of want to go just you and me first. Want to start doing yoga, he says. WTF is so weird you say that, because I was going to ask you that this morning. Do you want to go to Beechwood Mall today? He says yoga is meditation. Meditation is good. When do you want to go? After school. We can find a class, she says. Yeah, like when after school? Right after. 2:40. I got some plays right after school. Is there any way we could do another time or day? Okay, she says. Just do that then. Can you just get me Chipotle on the way home? Question mark. Maybe just get it right now. I'm hungry. What? I'll come with you if you go now? Question mark. Height. Bet. Let me brush my car real quick. and run down the street, then we can. I have to be home by 4 unless we're going to Beechwood. How long is it going to be? Because I'm literally starving. I feel like I'm going to puke. When are you going at 4? Know where my friend is coming here to see if she can do my math. Do you need me to drive? Because I got to brush my car off. Bro, I don't want to drive. I thought you had some sales to do anyways. So wouldn't you already be driving, or did you just lie to me? Okay, let me brush my car off real quick and we can eat real quick. Well, I was about to just be lazy because you're starving. I don't know. I am starving. I haven't eaten all day. There's no food in my house. He says, okay, well, let me brush my car off. We can go to Chipotle and eat, and then I'll hit my sales. How long? Then I'll go to Dispo till you get me. I don't know. Let me get out there and start doing it. Please just hurry. I'm tempted to just DoorDash at this point, waste money. I also have your keys. They were in my mom's car. Dude, I don't even know if I can come. I think I'm just going to go lay down. My stomach is effed. He says, it's brushed off and pre-starting with my spare. Grabbing money, then on the way. Okay, bet. Do you want me to call? My stomach really hurts. Call? I thought we were going in and getting it. If you are call right now, I'm about to come. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I mean, come. Do you want me to come in the car? Because my stomach hurts. Like, why would they say I said that? I'm asking you if you want me to come because my stomach hurts. I just want to lay down on my bed. OMG. Yeah, I want you to come. Okay, cool. I'm going to be late for my stuff to go eat with you, babe. Yeah, I want to be with you. That's what he says. If not, I just tell you DoorDash and I'd pay. Here. WTF. Should I pay before or after? What makes more sense? After it's done, good. My mom never got your text. Did you text her yesterday? She's been having weird dreams. What one? She doesn't remember. OMG, is she okay? To be honest, babe, I don't know. It hurts me to even talk to her. Should I come over tonight or soon? We're going to Dispo, then come over. My mom's infection could be around for months. How? WTF? I don't know. She said doctors said 4 to 6 before she can even get surgery. And she hasn't left before today. WTF? Uh-oh. Hold on a minute. Somehow I got some red on here. Hold on. Let me get this off. Okay. Oh no, I still got the red. Shoot. Okay. I know, honestly, I don't know what to do. I don't know how much longer I can keep it together. I'm here, babe. You can cry on me, she says. He loved that. So many regrets, he said. Come over. We're stuck at the dispensary. Angelo is taking hours. He's annoying AF. I'm going to make reservations for dinner if you're just you tomorrow. I'm mad at you. For real. The gloves sold out. Babe, I can't order it. I'm broke as F on paper. My mom was about to order it right now, but now they're sold out. I'm only street rich. But if we did this yesterday, get it off someone else, see where they resell it at. I need it for Valentine's Day. Never mind. Oh boy, we're getting into the Valentine's Day again. It's already been a year where I'm hitting it now. Why is that? See where they resell it or order a better one. Get me a milkshake. Why? Where you at? He says, just got back. A milkshake from where? Anywhere. Come over. You want to just come with? Sure, I'm eating yogurt and I'm coming back to your house. Whatever you want to do, Nug. Well, want to just sleep at ours? It's come get me. What the F? And he says, I'm not in the mood, Kenzie. Come on. Like, please don't be hard on me. She says, I'm not in the mood to wait on you when you could be on the way in 10 minutes ago. That's okay. I'll just sleep here tonight, I guess. Okay, babe. That's really all you're going to say, she says. Like, you haven't learned from the 8 times that I've broken up with you this week? This is all, do you honestly understand? This is all 5 days from that first time they were talking about the picture. This is a span of 5 days from January 23rd of 2022 to January 28th of 2022. 5 days. 5 days. And they've been at this point, what, 4 times in 5 days? This is crazy. Babe, I'm not trying to deal with this, he says. She says, like, who the F is at your house? Literally, me, Angelo, Blair, Toph, and my mom. Blair? Yeah, we have issues. Issues. Yeah, he went to the dispo with us. Do not text me. Now you have 3 things you have to make up for. It better be something good. Blair is dipping anyway. Don't effing text me. We have issues. Weird as F. Honestly, he says, I don't care. I'm depressed over my mom. Anyway, at this point, I don't even have the energy anymore. She says, keep giving no effort and you'll be single for real this time. He says, Kenzie, can we please not do this? Like, do you want me to come now? She says, like, go have your little sleepover with Blair and Angelo. Can we just go get milkshakes? I'm like not even in the mood anymore. Like, you just pissed me off. Blair has already left. You always got to do some weird shite with Blair. Like, it's honestly effing weird as F. You say you're sad, then why aren't you chilling with me? Why are you with Blair? Question marks. Like, you literally hang out with Blair more than me. No, I told you I was going to the dispo with Angelo and Blair. Now I'm back and I'm telling my mom about the Winhoff breathing. Blair was only at my house for a second because he needed stuff. Babe, my mom hasn't eaten anything. She says she's only going to eat ice chips for a week. She needs to eat. Are you up? Yes, I'm playing 2K with Angelo. Never mind. Okay, babe, let me know if you change your mind. She says, you just keep giving me a reason to not hang out with you, so I'm just going to get back to bed. He says, okay, babe, if you want me to come over, unlock the door and I can come before I sleep. She says, with the replies you're giving me, you're not coming over in a couple of days. Don't come to dinner. He says, the fact that you're being like this with all I've got going on is so heartless. I don't know how to feel about anything right now. She says, yes, but you're still being dry and emotionless after we've almost broken up 8 times. It was heartless and uncaring. I mean, why the F are you just sitting down, doing nothing with Angelo? You were supposed to come over yet. You chose to just sit and do nothing with Angelo. I would answer in 5 seconds if I was you. He says, you didn't answer me and you went to bed. You didn't want to chill with me. Do you still want me to come over tonight? Then, she says, at this point, just don't come. Like, you You can't just be normal, and you have to just do some dumb shite to make me mad. You can get mad at me for not being there for you, and then you don't let me be there for you. Like, what the F? Are you still having, and you still have to make it up to me for doing 4 wrong things, like, this is this number just going to keep building on some shite? I would answer if I were you. I won't be answering internet seconds if I was you. Babe, you don't know how I've felt lately. Please just cut me some slack for a bit. She says, just because you feel like shit doesn't mean you need to be dry and give no effort and be a effing D. I wanted to sleep over your house, but you had to just hang out with Blair. You had to just squeeze that in. He says, no, babe. He pulled up before we went to the dispo with Angelo because he wanted a cart and Jay's when we got back. Then he dipped like 5 minutes after we got back. Then we were all kinds of just chilling in the basement with my mom. I'm not trying to be mean at all. Okay, she says. And she shows another something, some more clothing or whatever. Block Kendra on everything. He says, what did she do? Block, she says. Call Luca at 5 and make reservations for table for 3. Okay, bet. So did she do something or no? And what time are we making reservations for? Why did I block Kendra? Did she do something? And what are you wearing to dinner? Did you get me a card? Cart? Yeah, I got a couple we can share. Why did I just block Kendra? Did she do something? Can you bring me one? When? Right now. Can you come grab it? I'm not dragging a shite, then I'm going to get in, and I don't think I have to wash my hair, so it could be really short. Still over an hour. I probably have the best hair on the planet Earth. Let me keep it fire. We're going to the nail store and Starbucks. I need a cart. And go over there and get it, biatch. Sorry, that was me. You need to get your house figured out. I don't think I can go 1 more week living with that stupid biatch. They want me to go to Ohio State. They want you to go to college? College isn't you. You already don't do your schoolwork. Yeah, I can't though, probably. Are you effing dumb? To go to a effing party, dumb, not to go to effing in college. Oh, I thought you were talking about your parents. Like, what is wrong with you? She says. You need to learn how to not be so fried all the time. It's annoying as F. I'm about to get Starbucks. Do you want some? Should I get a large? Yeah, I do. Okay, bet. You can get a medium if you want. I don't need a lot. Get a croissant, though, for me. 2 croissants. Bet. Okay, bet. Are you coming here? No. I'm with Nat. Yes, and Hope. Come over. Oh, okay. Do you know what you're wearing to dinner so I can match, or should I just wear some sweats for right now? I'm wearing brown and Burberry. She says at 5, call and see if you can make reservations for 3, a little before 9, or we could just keep it because I have a feeling they're all booked up. He says, so 8:30 sound good? She said, yeah, that's better. It's just for 3 though. We only have 3 people, he says. They should be able to take us. She says, if you can't get it, we'll just keep the 5 I have. You mainly just need a reservation for a big group, he says. Okay. Then she says, well, I'm saying just call and make sure if they are booked, I'm going to effing freak out and there will be a death. Wow. Then she says, would you bring the cart? Yes, he says. I'm home, she says. He says, I'll be on the way soon. Come. She says, I want to hit my cart. He says, do you still have my keys? Yes, she says. Can I shave real quick? If not, I probably won't end up doing it. She says, bring the taser. He goes, I got you. We should find someone to tase. She says, hope. Where are you at? Hurry. He says, I shaved real quick. That's my B. Bro, what? I said I was going to. Where are you? Question marks. Grabbing your cart, then on the way. Call Luca and just make the reservation. Me and you. We're going to dress really nice. Do it ASAP. Why isn't Kendrick going? I didn't call yet. They don't open until 5. Call right now and make a reservation for 2. They're probably there right now. Okay, I'll call. Did you? Call? No. Let me call now. What time am I making it for? 8 p.m. You made it for the flats one, right? No, Luca West. Do you want me to call the other one? Via? Yes. Like, okay, I got you. Like, how do you just messed up literally everything? Call Luca right now. Please fix this, she says. Yeah, I'm calling. The Cleveland one won't answer. Nah, you just made me so mad. I'm for real about to freak out, she says. They saying leave party size and time and they'll get back to us. It's a robot call. Bro, call right now. Right now. You try calling too. Book tonight, all night. You effed up. Luca West is best bet, he says. I guess I'll just keep my reservation for 5 and only me and you will go. Just change the reservation and make it 2. You can't? 9:30? 9:30 for 5 people? Should I hit up Sean and see if he want to go? Code. OMG. You're just about make me freak the F out. Like, are you effing serious? I just made a reservation for 2, and now you're about to make me fix it and make it for 3. Are you effing stupid? Like, what is so complicated about making a reservation? Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you made it for 5 people. Because you said I just fixed it and made it for 2. Okay, bet. If you don't send me the effing code right now, I swear, you literally make everything 85 times harder than it needs to be, and you better stop being so effing fried all the time. That it? You really don't give enough info and make it confusing. Are you driving? She says. If you want me to, I can. I was going to ask you. Yes, she says. I can drive, but your car. Yes, bet. Our reservation is at 9:30, so what time do we have to leave? 8:45 to 8:50. Okay, cool. Port. I'm going to go lay down and rest my eyes till like 8:30. Skim dress or bodysuit. Dom, WTF. The fact that you can't wake up to multiple calls means that there's an effing problem. OMG, OMG. Like, I know you're not able to do this right now. If you don't answer me, we will have serious effing problems. You have 10 minutes. I said I was going to rest my eyes, babe. Okay, we are on page 25,402. Let me see here. Well, there you are, Alyssa. You missed a lot, girlfriend. We found out about the stairs, and that wasn't correct. They're not rooftop stairs. We found out a lot tonight. You should go back and check it out. The stairs were inside. She was shook. She was carried out there. They said that Davion carried her out there and she got blood on her. So all of that stuff in that other video, I don't know where the freak that's coming from. And then Mike C lives near the house and he says rooftop stairs. That doesn't sound right, but he's going to go and he's going to go check it out and let us know. But they already said it in the text messages. It was inside. Yep, you got to go back, girlfriend. We all learned it tonight. Okay. Here she goes. Wait, she's just saying she would turn him in, though, for having underage S, right? Just pepper. Now I'm confused. I'll have to think about it. My Benadryl is kicking in. What are you taking Benadryl for? What's the Benadryl for? They were inside stairs. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Amy, if she's full on narcissist, playing nice won't last. I hope the best for you. Wait, what's happening? What's happening to Amy? Who's full on narcissist? Amy says, what's really sad is there's a lot of them. Amy says, I will give her a little credit. She and I are working on it. Wait, what's happening, Amy? Sadly, my youngest married one. It is oh, wait, your youngest married one of these girls? Oh boy. Yankees. You can buy me a coffee to show. Okay, that's that. Hold on a minute. Heart. I knew it would break my heart. Wait, what's happening? I couldn't start knowing he went through this before. I couldn't stand knowing he went through this before. Yeah, I know it's sad, right? I watched the show Welcome to Platteville, and Micah was going through with this toxic girl, Veronica. I wrote to him and told him, so I'm so happy it ended. He needed to be with a nice, loving girl. Can you imagine how much this mom loves this little witch? Apparently, Davion carried her upstairs. No, not upstairs, Heart. Outside. He carried her outside. Okay. Anyway, you got to go back and listen, Alyssa. Listen to the text messages. It tells the story. Now, hold on a minute. I've got to go get something. Wait a second for me. Hold on a minute. All right. Hang on. I don't know what's going on. I'm starving out of my freaking mind right now. It's 2:30. Hold on a minute. Please hold on a minute. Oh my gosh. Da, 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 da. Okay. What am I doing? What am I doing? I need this. I've got to go to the store so bad. That's like another thing on my freaking to-do list. Got to do more. Well, I don't have to do more planned stuff tomorrow because the temperatures will be good after this. Most of them are inside. And uncover the ones. Gosh. Gotta take my I did take my vitamins. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Scooter, I tried to use, but recently needed melatonin. What, she's using it for sleep? I knew you'd quiz me on that, Carolyn, to help me sleep. What happened to the NyQuil? But it doesn't even work for me. I need to get melatonin and forgot to buy. My insomnia is off the chain these days. Really? I don't understand why I saw that stupid pic with her friend on the outside stairs multiple times of them saying that. Lots of wrong info out there. You always get to the bottom of it. Yeah, there's a really weird sound. There's a really weird sound. Hold on a minute. Just hang on for a minute. I gotta check cameras. Hold on a minute, you guys. Okay. Sorry, I had to check something. It sounded like it was a weird sound. I had to check. Okay. It's okay. Um, let's see. I think so. Let's see what you're saying here. Ouch. Does better than Ambien, but hard for some reason. It might be Benadryl gummies. Okay. So yeah, a lot of stuff happened tonight in here, right? And these, how many pages did I don't even keep track. I wish there was someone that kept track of how many pages we're going through. How long have we been reading and what time is it? It's 2:30. Let's just say I got on a little bit later because my son and future daughter-in-law were calling me. So let's say we started at 11, 12, 1, 2, 3.5 hours, I think. Is it 3.5 hours? Something like that. Maybe that I've been reading. But so a lot's happened here. Now I do want to go over that, not tonight, obviously, but I have those things that were just mailed to me by Tallahassee, those interviews Adelson in there, and I want to go over those, especially because, everybody's wanting to know if Wendy is going to be arrested. You came on around midnight? You're the midnight rider? Okay, Amy says to Scooter, have you heard the We Do Not Care Club? It's about women going through perimenopause, menopause, and postmenopause, and it's hilarious. It is hilarious. I've never heard of that either. Hilarious. Uh-oh. Who's brave? What's going on? Okay, so the other thing is I had a video today. There are two girls that were killed. They were teenagers. They were on an e-bike, and a 17-year-old teenager from a neighboring town who had been stalking one of them, and they had told the school and other things, hit them with a Jeep, got out and ran. They died, both of them. And they made the arrest. I don't know if you saw it. So it's about 3 minutes long. It's a little video. Give it a watch, a like, or whatever you want to do. Yeah, I know it's crazy. It's crazy, Amos Justice League. The other thing is I have this stuff, like I said, those interviews with her ex, and I want to go over those at some point. I got another police cam thing from another FOIA. I don't even know I'm looking at this and I'm like, what case is this? It was so dramatic, but I don't even know what case is it. I have to go in and look it up. It's so weird the way they send the FOIA stuff out sometimes. That's crazy. Yeah, watch it. It's a 3.5 minute video. Yeah, give it a watch. I'm going to just do the word puzzle. I think I'm going to try to get some better sleep tonight. I know, I don't know. Those of you that are up, I will give you the number for the Zoom. If you want to call in, that's fine. Daily puzzle. Let's see. I feel like we just did this. I feel like we just did this. I feel like I just freaking did this like an hour ago with Pitbull, not Pitbull Sleuth. Murder of Crows. Where's Pitbull Sleuth? Pitbull Sleuth. Where are you? And where's our video reel? He's probably on location. I'm not kidding. I seriously am hearing like, sounds like there's like, I think I'm going insane. Do you know what it sounds like? You know when a dryer is running and it's getting towards the end and it's starting to get louder, and you're just hearing like that, or like some kind of a dull engine or something. I'm literally hearing that, but there's nothing on like that. But I'm hearing it. Just so you know, if something happens to me, well, she said she was hearing that. I don't know what. It's that I wish I could make noises somehow, exactly what I'm hearing, but I can never recreate it. But it's that it almost sounds too like you would imagine like helicopters would sound kind of off in the distance, or a dryer. That's what I'm hearing. But there's nothing. No serenity. There's no planes. But I'm literally hearing that. It's driving me insane. What the freak? Hold on, I'm going to open this. Let me just open this door for a minute because I know it's not there. I was just listening before. No, there's literally nothing outside. Nothing. And I won't stop hearing it. I'm going crazy. What's happening? It's so weird. No, it's not the refrigerator either. This is so strange. It's getting louder and louder now. Someone better call into the Zoom. No, it's like seriously, I think it's so weird. I'll have to stay live all night. It's getting to sound a little bit like Vietnam movies. What is it? I don't know. I'm starting to think it is just pepper. I think it's in my head. I'm not kidding around. It's so crazy. It's so weird. It really sounds like a dryer, like just before it's ready to click off. You know that sound? It's so weird. Sometimes water pressure. I don't know. So strange. Oh my gosh. I don't know. It's very strange. I'm about to Google hearing this in my head. I don't know, Serenity. I don't know. Um, I tried anti, it doesn't work hard. Okay, look at that for a minute. I'm just gonna look this up for a second. Sound of a motor in my head, like a helicopter hovering or dryer. And watch, somebody will have that same thing. They'll be like, oh, yeah, motor sound in your head without an external source is likely tinnitus or related condition, possibly musical ear syndrome, which can manifest as specific complex sounds like fans or helicopters. It's crucial to see a doctor or an audiologist for a proper evaluation. Tinnitus is the most common cause of phantom sounds in the head. The sound is not real. it's perceived only by the person hearing it. It says musical ear syndrome is a specific type of tinnitus where sounds are not just simple ringing or buzzing, but can be quite complex, like music, fan noises, or even other machinery. People sometimes describe it as hearing the sound of a helicopter. Okay. So stress or fatigue are factors that can make you more susceptible to hearing phantom sounds, especially during quiet periods. Okay, guys, I'm starting to feel a little bit better about that. Okay, that was a little bit scary. Good night, Amy. Did I try gain? I have gain in there, don't I? Yeah, right up here. Or ting. Yeah, but it wouldn't be ting because it's got to come before that. Oh my gosh, it's getting even more. I've had tinnitus for 10 years. That's why I keep. Yeah, but you have ringing or you have, this is musical ear syndrome. That's why I keep AI on. Oh, that was really ridiculous. Okay. Well, let me put the thing in Slack even. Well, I'm gonna probably. Okay. All righty. Let me see here. So there's, we'll do the Adelson. I got to do the Adelson thing probably maybe tomorrow after text reading. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Maybe in the afternoon. I don't know. Let me see. All right, you guys, I'm going to, I think I'm going to turn it. I've got to get off this. Hold on. That's the first thing I've got to do. Got to get out of here. Then I've got to. Hold on, Jane. Stop this crazy thing. The volume here. Okay. All right. And then what happened to that David guy? Was he arrested yet? Not yet, right? Oh, did you hear Jane Goodall died at 91? Did you hear that? Uh-oh. They said that Tori Spelling had a fall from grace. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go say goodnight to you guys. Let me see. Yeah, there you are, Murder of Crows. Good night, everybody. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Where's the... I don't know how to get out of here. Oh, here we go. Good night. Sleep tight. God bless. Love you.